Chapter 2509. Zue Wu Qing's face was contorted as his muscles twitched violently. Since there's no way out, what's the point of living? Instead of living to be humiliated, it's better to kill. Ha 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 ha. Dying in my hands today is better than dying in someone else's hands. We'll walk the same path together, so that we won't be lonely in the netherworld. We'll die sooner or later, so the sooner we die, the sooner we can reincarnate. These extremely ruthless words caused the leader of the guards to tremble all over. That's right, but the people you killed are your loved ones. Drag them all to the burial ground outside the city. There's no need to send them to the imperial tomb. Zue Wu Qing laughed hysterically. We're going to die anyway. Instead of being dug up and thrown into a mass grave, we might as well do it ourselves. That'll save us a lot of trouble. Ha 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 ha. It's over. It's over. Ultimate heaven. It's over. Ha ha ha. So good. The Heavenly Emperor has gone mad. This was the only possibility the leader of the guards could think of. Hurry up and go. Do you want to be buried with them too? Zue Wu Qing's eyes were bloodshot like a ghost's. Yes, I'll do it right away. The leader of the guards backed off in cold sweat, afraid that he would really be buried with them if he was too slow. Even though the Heavenly Emperor had gone mad, his strength was still equivalent to the Grim Reaper. A mad Grim Reaper was actually more terrifying than a sane one. The Heavenly Emperor Merciless, Zue Wu Qing, had gone mad. Merciless and merciless, it only took a short while. He had personally slaughtered everyone in the imperial family. Every victim's death was too horrible to look at. This was why, including his wife who had been with him for 1,000,000 years and dozens of concubines, even the imperial grandson and so on. This shocking news spread throughout the entire imperial city almost immediately. Everyone felt as if thunder was roaring above their heads. How could this be? What was going on? When the imperial carriage came out with the corpses, hundreds of thousands of people gathered to watch. Everyone was in disbelief. However, they had no choice but to accept it, because this was the truth. As expected of the Heavenly Emperor Merciless, he really lives up to the word merciless. To think that he would even kill his own wife and child. This is truly heartless to a certain extent. His original name was the Most Heartless. Just like his name, he is naturally the most heartless person in the world. The so-called madness is nothing more than this. It's easy to understand why he suddenly went crazy when he was at the end of his rope. Mass grave. The bodyguard leader sighed. Although the imperial order could not be disobeyed, the imperial order could not be disobeyed. These people died without entering the imperial mausoleum. However, he couldn't just leave his corpse in the wilderness, right? Bury them all. He waved his hand sadly. Let them rest in peace. Dust flew everywhere, and everyone was buried in a huge pit. On that night, a sudden storm engulfed the entire imperial city. The torrential rain poured down crazily, almost drowning the entire imperial city. There was no one on the other side. It was so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers. A figure flashed in the pitch-black darkness and disappeared. No one noticed. However, on the second day, someone made an unexpected discovery. The corpses of the royal family members who had just been properly buried in the graveyard had all disappeared without a trace. Well, it wasn't that their whereabouts were unknown because someone seemed to have dug up the graves. Those corpses that were originally in human form had now become piles of rotten flesh. The degree of cruelty of the scene was unimaginable. It made one's hair stand on end. However, when this news reached the ears of the victim, Zue Wu Qing, this Heavenly Emperor Merciless actually acted as heartless as ever. Zue Wu Qing was indeed Zue Wu Qing, the most heartless. Facing the guard leader who came to report, he opened his eyes indifferently and said, "What's the big deal about this? It's worthy of such a serious report. The people are already dead. Dead, dead. It's fine if they're dead. Won't the corpses turn into minced meat sooner or later? What's the big deal about their graves being dug up? Do they have burial items with them? Arrest the murderer? Why do we have to arrest the murderer? What kind of murderer are you if you lay your hands on the dead? Now that the extreme heaven is in troubled times, Is it worth wasting manpower and resources on such trivial matters? Looking for trouble. The guard leader's entire body turned cold, his eyes filled with disbelief. He looked at the heavenly emperor that he had been loyal to his whole life, as if he was looking at a monster. For the first time in his life, he looked at him face to face like this. It was this person that made him loyal to him for a lifetime. It turned out that this person was actually so heartless and cold by nature. In this lifetime, he was simply blind. He actually didn't see that this person was actually such a person in his bones. What are you looking at? What's there to look at? Zue Wuqing glared and said, Do you believe that I'll kill you if you continue to look? The guard leader returned to silence, bowed, and left without saying a word. He forcefully suppressed his chest that was about to explode. He silently walked out of the palace and came to the mass grave alone. Facing the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, he solemnly kowtowed. Then, he began to collect all the scattered flesh and blood. With one punch, he punched a deep hole in the mass grave. He jumped into the hole and continuously used his tyrannical cultivation to bombard the ground. It was as if he wanted to completely penetrate the ground under his feet. He didn't know how deep it was. At the very least, a depth of several thousand feet was definitely there. He leaped up a few times in a row and buried all the pieces of flesh he had just collected into this deep hole. Then, a lot of the surrounding soil was moved over by him. Even a few mountains were directly carried over by him. He ruthlessly smashed it in. Finally, he used his tyrannical cultivation to turn this place into a flat ground. Then, he knelt down again. Empress, Imperial Concubine, Your Highness, from now on, you can rest in peace. This mausoleum, it's very deep and very safe. No one will disturb your peace anymore. That's all I can do. I hope that in your next life, you won't get to know that heartless person. I wish you all the best. He fiercely kowtowed again. Without using any cultivation to protect his body, his forehead was dripping with blood. In this lifetime, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have been loyal to him. I'm leaving. I hope you all can rest in peace. He stood up, and his lonely figure flew into the air. In just a flash, he had already disappeared from this world. From then on, no one saw this high-level Saints Guard leader again. In fact, he had even lost interest in the upcoming battle of the century between two kings. There were still 2 days until the night of the full moon. Now, the entire extreme sky was filled with the feeling of an impending storm. That pressure made everyone feel heavy and breathless. It was a feeling that they could collapse at any time. Outside the city, Great Emperor Wu Shang's army arrived as scheduled. Inside the city, the battlefield at the peak of the imperial city was ready. This battle was unavoidable. This day had finally arrived. The night of the last night was about to arrive. Half of the bright moon's body was already exposed. Cold light began to sprinkle on the ground. Dong Wushang's burly figure appeared under the moonlight. He strode out of his tent. He walked resolutely toward his target, the imperial city. The heavy black saber. As usual, it was on his shoulder. It flickered with a cold light. There were only 3 people accompanying him. Mo Lei Air, Li Xiongtu. GMO. At this time, GMO finally stopped hiding his existence. However, he still used another appearance and appeared in the identity of Dong Wushang's guard. Countless people had even started to occupy good viewing positions since a few days ago, preparing to watch this battle of the pinnacle. The bright moon rose slowly. The final battle was approaching. With a long roar, a bright yellow figure that seemed to emit thousands of rays of golden light appeared first under the bright moon, on top of the tallest palace in the imperial city. His entire person was like the sun, emitting a light that ruled the world. Heavenly Emperor Wushang, Zue Wushang. He was already prepared and waiting for the arrival of the challenger. However, if the current Zue Wushang was still like the sun, he was only like the setting sun. The setting sun was like blood, but it was past its prime. The moment they saw Zue Wushang's majestic figure appear, in an inconspicuous dark corner outside the city, a few women in ragged clothes looked at the heavenly Emperor Wushang in the sky without blinking. Suddenly, tears streamed down their faces. Even if they were exposed in front of others, they believed that no one would believe that these ugly women with swollen bodies without any beauty were actually the heavenly Emperor Wu Shang's empress and his concubines. They had already turned themselves into this. Although Zurei Wu Shang had strict requirements, they were still worried. They must watch this battle to the end. This is the last, the only chance we have in our lives to see you. We won't let you go. We definitely won't let you go. At the peak of the imperial city, Zui Wushang stood there. With his hands behind his back, he stood in the sky in a leisurely and carefree manner. Under the moonlight, his gaze was just so calm as he looked at the distant night sky. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel one thing, and that was that the disputes in the world, the blood-stained Jianghu, the powerful enemies, and the love and hatred that filled the world, all of these had nothing to do with him anymore. He stood alone at the peak that symbolized the power of the extreme heaven, quietly standing there, with his hands behind his back. In the distance, Dong Wushang, who was gradually approaching, couldn't help but pause the moment his gaze met Zui Wushang's figure. This situation shouldn't have happened, but the person on the other side was just too strange. The person in front of him didn't seem to belong to the human world, nor did he belong to the heavens. He belonged to a blank space. Absolute emptiness, absolute nothingness, and absolute illusion. But did it mean that he didn't exist? At this moment, Zui Wushang's voice came from afar. Dong Wushang, come. Chapter 25:10. Everyone's eyes followed Zui Wuqing's gaze and looked in the same direction. South. In the distance, a long roar could be heard. There was no need to see the person. Just by hearing this long roar, everyone suddenly felt as if their blood was boiling. That indescribable majestic aura and heroic spirit surged through the air with this long howl and fiercely smashed into everyone's chests and hearts. Everyone could feel that there was only one person coming. However, everyone could feel that this magnificent aura that could swallow the world should be the gathering of all the rivers, lakes, and seas in the world, and rolling over like a 10,000-meter high tide. It was as if all the mountains in the world had lined up and came crashing down. That mighty and majestic aura was simply shocking. Even though they hadn't seen him in person, that aura was already enough to overwhelm others with a show of strength. Zui Wuqing's eyes shone with a strange light. He stood tall and said with his hands behind his back, Dong Wushang, you're here? All of a sudden, the sky in the south trembled. Then, a black figure suddenly appeared in the southern sky. His black robes fluttered in the wind. He slowly raised his head and said, It's me. Of course I'm here. This black figure suddenly appeared in the south of the city. When he first appeared, he was just a small black dot. But for some reason, the moment he spoke, everyone around the city felt as if they had been suffocated. At the same time, they found it difficult to breathe. It was as if an infinitely large shadow had suddenly shrouded the sky above them. That majestic aura seemed to have emerged from the bottom of their hearts. It was suffocating. Of course I'm here. This was a simple sentence. The confidence, dominance, and arrogance that came with it was as if it could swallow the world. For a moment, everyone was silent. Everyone's attention was focused on that black figure. From afar, he walked over from the sky as if he was walking on flat ground. With every step he took, everyone felt that the pressure on their bodies had increased and the suffocating feeling had intensified. He walked forward with large strides in the sky. Every step he took covered a distance of several hundred feet. He glided through the air, but it didn't seem fast at all. The pitch-black hilt of Changban's saber protruded from his shoulder. Compared to an ordinary saber hilt, it had to be twice as thick. Dong Wushang was not fat, but it was so majestic that it was hard to believe. As he moved, his shoulders didn't move in the slightest, but it gave off the feeling of a deep abyss and a lofty mountain pressing down on him. Just by watching him walk over step by step, facing the entire army and experts of the imperial city, everyone felt that even if all of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to stop him. There was simply no way to block it. Dong Wushang's eyes never paid attention to anyone else. His eyes were only focused on one person, drunk without mercy. Such an imposing manner. This is truly rare since ancient times. In the city, someone sighed from the bottom of his heart. This sentence, without a doubt, this was what everyone was thinking. Most of the people who dared to watch the battle here were experts, and they were also first-class powerhouses. They had lived for a long time, but they had never seen a person in this world with such a natural, domineering, and majestic aura. When he was only 1,000 feet away from the tallest building in the imperial city, Dong Wushang stopped in his tracks. He stood in the air. He raised his head slightly, and his eyes instantly turned into two sharp swords as he looked at Drunk Without Mercy. Drunk Without Mercy straightened his body and looked back without retreating. 4 pairs of eyes met instantly, and everyone who saw this scene felt as if space had suddenly collapsed, as if even the entire imperial city was shaking because of it. But when they opened their eyes to look, it was clear that nothing had happened. Was it an illusion? Did everyone have the same illusion at the same time? Heavenly Emperor Merciless, are you ready for today's battle? Dong Wushang stood quietly in the air, his black clothes fluttering wildly as if they were about to turn into a black cloud that covered the sky. He took the lead to speak. Drunk Without Mercy said solemnly, "I'm only waiting for you to come here and fight to end this life." Good. Dong Wushang roared to the sky. He reached out and already held the handle of his dark saber. With a roar and a raise of his hand, the whole world was silent for a moment, shocked for a moment. Then, a black rainbow suddenly appeared in the air. Dong Wushang had already drawn his saber and became one with it, turning into a shooting star in the sky, arriving at the peak of the imperial city. He raised his saber above his head and shouted, "Thousand Mountains slash!" The saber slashed down with a loud bang. The saber was awe-inspiring. The moment the saber fell with the power of thunder and lightning, Dong Wushang's afterimage in the distance had yet to dissipate, and a burst of sword light also flew out like an explosion. Clang! A muffled sound rang out. Dong Wushang's body rose into the air, but a strange color flashed across his eyes. Because, at the moment when the saber and sword clashed, Drunk Without Mercy said something in a low voice, and it went into Dong Wushang's ears in a secret way. My path has already come to an end. Today's battle will end with only death. But, you have to hear me out. You have to hear me out. My life ends today, but the fate of this continent should not end. I've been a dog for 1,000,000 years, but I've also been a celestial emperor for 1,000,000 years. Even if I'm annihilated, I have to do something for this continent. Dong Wushang was stunned. What did this mean? Just as he was thinking, he saw Drunk Without Mercy laughing wildly. His body rose into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a huge giant. The sword light swallowed thousands of feet, fiercely coming down with a power that shook the heavens and the earth. Seeing this, Dong Wushang was furious. Without thinking about anything else, his body swayed, and he also turned into a giant, tit for tat, not backing down. The dark saber turned into a huge black dragon, meeting the sword rain in the sky. I also don't want to be a dog, but there's no other way. I've been Cloudmaster's 10,000 Saints' true spirit for a long time. This was another message. Dong Wushang was shocked when he heard this. His attack slowed down a little. At this point, the two had already exchanged 3 moves. The saber light and sword light in the air were as bright as huge fireworks. Continue fighting. Don't stop. Don't hold back. Drunk Without Mercy's body was like a dragon. With a long roar, he took the lead and soared into the sky. Dong Wushang's dark saber was like a dragon, following closely behind. Why? Dong Wushang asked through telepathy. Drunk Without Mercy's long sword danced like the wind. It turned into a ball of light, surrounding Dong Wushang like a storm. Like mercury flowing down the ground, the attacks were non-stop, penetrating every opening. No one wants to be a dog, and no one wants to be a dog for life. In the intense battle, the conversation between the two continued. But in the eyes of outsiders, the intensity of the battle was already earth-shattering. Around them, the space collapsed and reassembled. The cycle repeated. Although the moon hung high in the sky, the moonlight was also intermittent. There's a reason for a good man to be a dog. After 1,000,000 years, I've finally come to freedom. It's finally time for me to be free. Drunken Wu Qing's calm voice was filled with other meanings. The bitterness in his voice was so thick that it was almost tangible. There was a loud explosion in the air. The entire earth started to shake with the sound of the explosion. Many things on the ground jumped up with a bang. This was the first time the black saber and the sword of the heavenly emperor of ruthlessness met. It was a real, unpretentious, all-out collision. Dong Wushang's body instantly floated back in the air. Drunk Without Mercy also flew back. In this fight, neither side had the upper hand. After the two of them retreated, before they could completely stop their retreat, they had already forcefully reversed the momentum and fiercely flew back, fighting once again. But the conversation between the two did not stop. Below, many cultivation experts were looking up to watch. They were all in awe and admiration. As expected of His Majesty, the heavenly emperor who leads a part of the world. Just this level of cultivation alone is enough to make ghosts cry and gods tremble. Watching today's battle has really benefited me a lot. I'm afraid there's no hope for such a realm in this lifetime. That's right. But to be able to watch such a fierce battle in my lifetime, this trip has not been in vain. In the air, the two of them each made strange moves, not giving in to each other. They were like two dragons overturning rivers and seas, fighting until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. 1,000,000 years ago, I, Drunk Without Mercy, was as famous as the Cloud Master, Shuelehan, Zihao, Yao Xiner, and the rest. The Cloud Master was my sworn brother. We came from the same city and depended on each other. He was older than me, so I respected him as my brother. Yuan Tianjie and I were 3 brothers. A sworn brother who kowtowed until his head bled and burned until it burned. We were so close that there were no secrets between us. Or it could be said that I had no secrets from the two of them. At that time, we, Shuelehan and Zihao, could be said to be sworn enemies. But in the end, we all became heavenly emperors. Speaking of which, I was the first person to discover that Yuan Tianjie was an extraterrestrial demon. It was on a certain day. I suddenly discovered that Yuan Tianjie was actually an extraterrestrial demon. My close brother was actually not of my race. I was furious about this and immediately went to inform the Cloud Master, wanting to join forces with him to kill the demon. Ha 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 ha. Drunk Without Mercy laughed bitterly. Dong Wushang's expression remained unchanged, but he was sighing inexplicably in his heart. It must have been at that time that something happened. The Cloud Master was also filled with righteous indignation on the surface. The two of us discussed how to get rid of Yuan Tianjie, this extraterrestrial demon, without affecting our reputation. Although we were sworn brothers, since he was not of our race, his heart would definitely be different. How could he work together with the demon? At that time, everyone would be embarrassed. That night, the Cloud Master suggested a plan, and I agreed. So, the next day, we set off together. This matter was confidential, so naturally, it couldn't be known to outsiders. So the two of us went alone. But after leaving the extreme heaven, the Cloud Master suddenly used extreme means to restrain me. Chapter 25:11. At first, I thought that he had some difficulties, such as wanting to eliminate Yuan Tianjie by himself or something, but later, I found out that wasn't the case. When he took me to a secret villa, I was shocked to find that my parents, family, wives, children, and all my concubines were all there. Right in front of me, Master Yun used the extremely cruel cultivation method of the myriad holiness true devil to turn my entire family into his myriad holiness true spirits. What kind of pain was that? There are my birth parents, my wife, my beloved daughter, all my family members. He forced me to become his 1,000 saints true spirit. If I didn't agree, he would kill my father and control my wives and concubines' minds to have sex with other men. Without any other choice, I could only agree. Zue Wu Qing's eyes were red. He attacked crazily as he talked about the biggest secret and the biggest shame in the world. I'm his sworn brother. For so many years, I risked my life for him. I used my body and my life to block too many fatal threats for him. But in the end, I was treated like this. I couldn't accept it. I really couldn't accept it. Why did he treat me like this? He. Zue Wuqing laughed bitterly. Do you know? It was from that moment onwards that I turned from the celestial emperor, who was respected by everyone in the Heaven Tower, into Lord Yun's dog. He became my sworn brother's dog. At that time, I had just joined forces to kill the Myriad Saint's true devil, but in the blink of an eye, the Myriad Saint's true devil was killed. But in the blink of an eye, I became the Thousand Saints' true spirit. Isn't that the biggest irony? Dong Wuqing was sad. In that situation, Zure Wuqing was really in a dilemma. All his family members were controlled. Even he was in the hands of others. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he couldn't. What could he do? Then, under his control, he made me write a bullshit letter of repentance. He made up countless heartless things and made me write them down myself. He controlled my body and made me rape and pillage. He made me commit all kinds of crimes and kill the loyal. He killed the innocent. And he only had evidence of my crimes. He made me walk step by step into the abyss he had set for me, but I was unable to extricate myself from it. I am the celestial emperor of a generation, but his mind was controlled by someone to rape women. My persistence, my self-respect, my dignity, all my beliefs. Everything happened at that moment. It collapsed with a loud crash. I've become a complete walking corpse. But I can't die yet, because all my family members are still under his control. If I die, my clansmen and all my family members will be finished. There will be no tomorrow, no future. There's no hope left. A muffled groan. Dong Wushang suddenly retreated with a roar, and Zure Wuqing did the same. On their bodies, blood spurted out from all of them, and they were all injured. In the next moment, the two of them fought fiercely again without caring about their injuries. After that, during the Purple Cloud Heavens incident, I wanted to send out troops, but I was firmly suppressed by Master Yun. Moreover, at that time, my most beloved emperor suddenly died, and my old father suddenly died of a serious illness. I knew that it was all a warning to me. Anyway, I was already a sinner. I couldn't care less about the Purple Cloud Heavens incident, but I still secretly sent someone to send a letter to Shuele Han. I didn't expect Shuele Han to be in seclusion at that time, and the person I sent was also brutally killed by Great General Bai of the Eastern Emperor. He even reported it to the Saint Lord. Only then did I know that Cloud Master's minions were all around the Celestial Emperors. Because of that one letter, I was tortured again. Since then, I didn't dare to do anything rash. I couldn't bear the blow of losing more family members. For millions of years, I've lived like a dog without any dignity. Although in the eyes of others, I'm shining brightly, but I know that every moment is worse than death. It's all humiliation and pain. Until today, before this battle, Cloud Master suddenly sent me a message, asking me to fight. Moreover, he wanted to know what your motive was. Moreover, he wanted me to die in your hands so that you could smoothly become the new celestial emperor of the ultimate heaven. Then, he would use the method he used to deal with me to control you and the forces behind you. In fact, it's not difficult to control you. As long as he controls your wife, he can control you. As long as he controls you, he can further control the forces behind you. He even guessed that there's a huge force behind you that's still in hiding. That includes the forces of the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress that he doesn't know about. As long as I die in your hands, you'll naturally become the Celestial Emperor of the ultimate heaven. As long as you're in the ultimate heaven, you won't be able to escape from his control. At that time, when he controls you, he'll be able to take over the hidden forces behind you bit by bit. Moreover, there's a high chance that he'll control the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress as well. They'll become his slaves just like me. As long as you don't know anything, he'll have the opportunity to do so. Zure Wuqing spoke faster and faster as if he was venting the humiliation and anger he had accumulated over the past 1,000,000 years. The two of them attacked faster and faster, and the battle became more and more intense. Both of them were already covered in blood. However, as Dong Wushang listened, he felt a chill in his heart. He felt as if a venomous snake was crawling on his back, and his hair stood on end. What would happen if Zue Wuqing didn't betray him and strictly followed the great sage's orders? Once Mo lay or was really under his control, how could he not give in? If he really gave in, what about his brothers? Would they be spared? Dong Wushang didn't even dare to think about the consequences. However, he was very sure of one thing. What Zue Wuqing said now was definitely true. This was something that could be clearly felt. Continue to fight. Don't hold back. If you can kill me, do it quickly. It doesn't matter if I can't finish talking. As long as there's a chance, kill me in one go. Zue Wuqing's voice suddenly became urgent. Pay attention. I can feel that Master Yun is here. He's hiding in the dark. My death is certain. He's definitely going to reap the harvest he sowed 1,000,000 years ago. He's watching our battle. Don't reveal any flaws. You're still useful to him now, so he won't kill you. However, if he finds out that you know his secret, he'll definitely take your life and kill everyone related to you. Dong Wushang roared and swung his dark saber. It was as if he was risking his life, bringing with him a domineering aura. His heart, however, was dry and bitter. The last thing I want to tell you. Zue Wuqing's voice became softer. There are a total of 3 places where the great sage cultivated the 10,000 saints' true spirit. One of them is in the terrifying forest of the Heavenly Stem Mountain. I only know of this place. There are 2 other places that I don't know about, but there must be 2 more. The great sage's real palace was never in the so-called Holy Emperor's Palace. It's located somewhere else, but I don't know the exact location. The Holy Emperor's Palace is just a facade where Shuexian occasionally stays. However, what Shuexian has here is only a doppelganger. There's one more thing to take note of. This woman, Shuexian is not inferior to Lord Yun in terms of viciousness and treachery. Moreover, she will do anything to achieve her goals. This woman is the same as Lord Yun. Don't be deceived by her appearance. Tell Shui Leihan to pass on a message to Zi Xiaotian for me. Zue Wuqing wielded his sword crazily. I'm sorry. Dong Wushang hurriedly sent him a telepathic message. Then your family? I didn't kill them. The reason why I was humiliated for 1,000,000 years was because of them. How could I really kill them? Zue Wuqing's sharp eyes revealed a trace of relief. They've already left this troublesome place. Releasing all the restrictions on them and only controlling myself is my condition for this attack. I know what you're thinking and what you want to do. However, I can't tell you where they are. I don't dare to trust anyone in this world now. It's the same for you. You can only leave them to their own devices. After I die, you won't be able to destroy my real soul. You can only become nourishment for Lord Yun. When the time comes, Lord Yun will be even more terrifying. This is actually one of the reasons why he wants me dead. It's not just because he has a replacement like you. Being able to stab him in the back before I die, I'll die happy. Ha ha ha. Zue Wuqing let out an extremely shrill howl. Suddenly, he somersaulted a few times in the air and stood at the peak of the imperial city far away. His bright yellow robe was already soaked in blood. Dong Wushang also staggered, but immediately steadied himself in the air. He knew that Zue Wuqing had already said what he wanted to say. Now, Zue Wuqing was going to have a real battle of life and death with him. Dong Wushang. Zue Wuqing stood there and let out a long howl. His entire body emitted a crazy, murderous aura. If we continue fighting like this, even if we fight for another day and night, we won't be able to determine the winner. Dong Wushang, since you want this position, then show me what you've got. Fight to the death with me. Zue Wuqing laughed wildly. The winner is the king. Don't complain that you're dying in my hands. Dong Wushang held his saber in front of his chest and said indifferently, Today, you must die. Zue Wuqing laughed mockingly. Is that so? I don't think so. Try it. Dong Wushang moved and was about to strike. Wait. Zue Wuqing waved his hand. Dong Wushang, since we're about to fight to the death, then I'd like to ask you a question. I believe that at this moment, you won't lie to me. His voice spread far and wide. Everyone who was watching the battle was shaken. Chapter 25:12. It was at such a time that the opponent was more likely to reveal the truth, and this mantra would be a shocking piece of news to the entire world. Everyone pricked up their ears, fearing that they would miss a single word. Dong Wushang said in a low voice, asked. Zue Wuqing lowered his sword and said, Dong Wushang, I'll only ask you, who's behind you? Logically speaking, there's no reason for you to develop so quickly. Someone must be playing tricks. Tell me, who is it? Dong Wushang said disdainfully, You're the one who turned extreme heaven into a rotten stall. You didn't participate in the battle of purple cloud heavens, so you've already lost the right to be the celestial emperor in the hearts of the world. That's why I'm able to rally the troops this time. There's no one behind me at all. If there's anyone, it's only heaven's will and the hearts of the people. Ha ha ha. Only someone like you who plays tricks every day would have such an unbearable idea. Dong Wushang stood with his sword and said proudly, I, Dong Wushang, with the blood in my chest, my manhood, my bones, and the sword in my hand. Don't tell me I still need someone to help me. Dong Wushang's words were naturally filled with a kind of arrogance that looked down on the world. Someone cheered loudly, Good. Well said. Zue Wuqing laughed mockingly and said, Don't tell me the Tianji Intelligence Department isn't your people? Dong Wushang was silent for a while and said mockingly, Tianji Intelligence Department? They're indeed my people, but they're my enemies. Why? Are you trying to shirk the responsibility of losing the battle? All right, as long as you think so, then so be it. Although Dong Wushang said so, everyone who heard it, even Seijun Shangren, who was watching the battle in the dark, didn't think so at all. These words really lacked the basic sincerity. Zue Wuqing was furious. Dong Wushang, I'm talking to you because I think you're a hero. Don't use such a tone to humiliate me. He roared. Today's battle will determine the ruler of extreme heaven. Could it be you, Dong Wushang, won't even tell the truth? Dong Wushang said indifferently, I, Dong Wushang, despise lying the most. But you are an exception. You watched the heavenly fiends enter the purple cloud heavens, but you remained indifferent. Hundreds of millions of lives were plunged into misery and suffering, yet you watched coldly from the sidelines. Do I need to treat him courteously? You're not worthy. Drunken Wuqing roared and raised his sword. His face was ferocious. If that's the case, then let's fight to the death. Of course I'm here to fight to the death. Dong Wushang slowly raised his saber. Don't tell me I've come here just to chat with you. As I said before, you're not worthy. Both of them knew that Cloud Master was coveting them. Therefore, his words were watertight, and he did not dare to show the slightest bit of negligence. But Dong Wushang was sighing from the bottom of his heart. As for the current Zue Wuqing, he did not want to kill him at all, but he had to. They had no choice but to kill him. Furthermore, clearly, Zue Wuqing had nothing left to live for. He did not want to live anymore. It was just as he had said, I've been a dog for a lifetime, and I've had enough. Before he died, he wanted to be a proper human being, and Dong Wushang had to give it to him. There had never been a moment or a person who could make Dong Wushang hate him so much. Cloud Master. These three words made Dong Wushang hate him to the core. Who would have thought that this sanctimonious His Majesty, who had always occupied the throne of the number one person in the Heaven Imperial Court, was actually such a sinister, vicious, heartless, deranged, despicable, and shameless fake emperor bastard. Even if all the derogatory words in the world were used to describe him, they would not be able to describe how despicable he was. Dong Wushang had always been a clean killer. He never used a second slash. Even if it was an enemy, he would not let them suffer. But at this moment, Dong Wushang felt that if he were to let Cloud Master die a quick death one day, that would be an unforgivable sin. Dong Wushang. Drunken Wuqing's body floated up slowly. In midair, he waved his sword wildly. In the blink of an eye, a sword mountain that could hold up the heavens and reach the earth appeared in the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. It was 10,000 feet tall. In the entire world, the bright moon suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if there was only this huge and majestic mountain of swords in this world, lying across this place. It was emitting a dense and deadly murderous aura. Obviously, this was drunken Wu Qing's desperate move. A sword that could reach 10,000 miles. He believed that even if a saint were to face this sword, he wouldn't be able to treat it lightly and would have to temporarily avoid it. The saint in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. Since drunken Wu Qing was so desperate, it seemed like there would not be any big problems with the arrangements. The only one he had to worry about now was Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang had only been in the world for a few years. Although his cultivation had reached an extremely high level and his fighting skills were also very good, could he really fight against the heavenly emperor of the ultimate heaven, drunken Wu Qing, who had made his name a million years ago? If Dong Wushang was unable to withstand drunken Wu Qing's ultimate move in the end, then half of his plan would fall through in an instant. There was nothing more wonderful in the world than this. At this moment, as the enemy, Superior Cloud, was actually worried about Dong Wushang's life. Dong Wushang took a deep breath. His tall and sturdy body seemed to have grown even bigger at this moment. His body was faintly emitting a faint purple light. This was a unique phenomenon when one's cultivation had been raised to the limit. He understood that drunken Wu Qing was forcing him to kill drunken Wu Qing. He did not even leave Dong Wushang any leeway. This was because there was only one outcome to this move. If you don't die, then I die. If you, Dong Wushang, are soft-hearted and don't want to kill me, then you can only die under this move of mine. In any case, I absolutely won't hold back. After this move is used, even if I want to hold back, it will be impossible. So, if you don't want to die and want to live, you can only kill me. You can only go all out. And this last move of mine will also be the last bit of brilliance I leave in this world. Legend. This is the last bit of dignity I, drunken Wu Qing, have left in this world. Please don't blaspheme it. Drunken Wu Qing did not speak anymore. But Dong Wushang completely understood what he meant. He understood it more thoroughly than he heard it. Dong Wushang naturally did not want to die. So, whether it was for himself, for his family, for his brothers, or for drunken Wu Qing's final wish, even he had to win against this move. If he lost, not only would he let himself down, he would also let down his opponent. When two tigers fought, there would definitely be death for one. Dong Wushang moved his feet slightly and slowly raised his dark saber. Dong Wushang's eyes turned into two black holes that could devour heaven and earth. Merciless saber. This saber was decisive. Not only was it decisive, it was to sever everything. The majestic sword mountain in the sky suddenly moved. Once it moved, it would collapse. Collapse the world. Everyone within a radius of several thousand miles could clearly see this scene. The mountain peak in the sky that was completely composed of long swords and sword qi suddenly turned into countless streaks of sword qi that filled the world. It was as if a trillion shooting stars had suddenly appeared in the night sky. So much so that everyone seemed to have heard a loud boom in their hearts. That was the sound of an earth-shattering storm. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have disappeared with this boom. There was only destruction. In this battle, there were tens of thousands of spectators. Before this move, everyone felt that it was very beneficial. After watching this battle, their martial cultivation would definitely be able to improve further and reach a higher level. But at this moment when the sword mountain collapsed, at least half of the people suddenly felt that the martial spirit in their hearts had collapsed. Their hearts shook. At the moment when the sword mountain collapsed, his lifelong belief in martial arts vanished without a trace. The sudden collapse of the sword mountain also collapsed their spirits at the same time. From that moment onwards, these people would not have the slightest bit of improvement in their martial realms for the rest of their lives. In fact, no matter how hard he studied and practiced, he couldn't prevent himself from regressing day by day and becoming dispirited step by step. The reason was because of this move, this moment, this instant. A heavenly emperor of a generation went all out in a desperate move. It was truly world-shaking, shocking, and terrifying. Not only did it have a destructive effect on one's physical body, it also had a collapsing effect on one's spirit and divine sense. In a distant corner, in the shadows, The few ugly women watched as Zue Wuqing's body turned into a magnificent mountain of swords and collapsed overnight. Tears welled up in their eyes and flowed freely down their cheeks. How could the woman who had slept beside him for hundreds of thousands of years not know what kind of mentality her man had right now? After this move, there would no longer be a heavenly Emperor Wuqing in this world. Zue Wuqing would no longer exist. Once and for all. Husband. The women looked at the crisscrossing streams of light in the sky in a daze. They opened their mouths and called out silently. At this moment, they were heartbroken and heartbroken. Dong Wushang's shout shook the vast sky the moment the sword mountain collapsed. His tall and sturdy body stood upright and didn't move. Then, he suddenly spun the black saber in his hand, and an unprecedented tornado suddenly took shape. It seemed as if it could reach the heaven and earth. Then, Dong Wushang's figure completely disappeared. There was only a tiny, shining piece of the black saber that was only the length of a chopstick left on the spot. However, the radiance on this saber was unprecedented and unparalleled. Many martial artists saw the light emitted by this saber by chance, but they could only cry out in pain. Blood kept flowing out of their eyes. But they had already been attacked by the saber energy inadvertently. Even though they were thousands of feet away from this space, it was still the same. Chapter 25:13. Even Dong Wushang knew that he wouldn't be able to bear such terrifying and extreme destructive power alone. If he wanted to block Drunk Wuqing's final attack, he could only use his ultimate move, Merciless Blade. Attack against attack, kill against kill. Only by risking one's life could he have a chance of survival and victory. However, the moment the blade was unleashed, heaven and earth were merciless. Drunk Wuqing's move turned the world into a collapsing mass of murderous intent. Dong Wushang's blade, on the other hand, was extremely condensed into the purest point. The sword mountain came crashing down with unstoppable force. However, the saber light that Dong Wushang had turned into met the attack head-on without any hesitation. The speed of this moment could really be traced back to 1,000,000 years of time. The endless murderous intent that Drunk Wuqing had accumulated for more than 1,000,000 years stopped and solidified at this moment. The sword mountain still came crashing down. Dong Wushang, on the other hand, broke through the sword mountain at a speed that surpassed the limit. The dark saber let out a sound that shook the world. Dong Wushang's burly figure appeared behind Drunk Wuqing. 100 feet away, the sword mountain was still crumbling piece by piece. It was still in the midst of an explosion, still causing terrifying destructive power. However, this destructive power had no target at all. Without a target, no matter how powerful or shocking the attack was, it would be meaningless. The reason for this was because the person who created this sword mountain had already suffered a fatal injury. Drunk Wuqing's stalwart body suddenly froze in a flash of light. After a while, the light of the sword mountain finally dissipated. The two figures reappeared at the top of the imperial city. Drunk Wuqing stood still for a long time with his back facing Dong Wushang. Suddenly, he turned around slowly and faced Dong Wushang again. The onlookers, those below the high-level saint level, could not tell who had won this battle. They only saw a flash of light and everything was over. Who had won? Those who were lucky enough not to be injured. Everyone was asking themselves this question. Drunk Wuqing faced Dong Wushang and suddenly revealed a strange smile. He praised, "Good saber. What a sharp saber." Dong Wushang was silent. After a while, he said bitterly, "The sword is not bad too. It's really not bad. Not as good as the saber. Far from it." Zue Wuqing chuckled and waved his sleeves confidently. "This blade, what's it called?" Dong Wushang said solemnly, "Merciless Blade." Drunk Merciless suddenly burst into laughter. Swaying back and forth, he said, "Good name. Perhaps this is my destiny? Ha ha ha. My name is Zue Wuqing, and your saber is Merciless Saber. Merciless Saber slashed Merciless Drunk. Ha ha ha. It is indeed the will of the heavens." There was a complicated look in Dong Wushang's eyes as he said indifferently, "It's you who forced me too hard. I have no other choice." Although I don't want you to die, I don't want to die even more. Drunk Merciless laughed loudly. He said fiercely, "Well said, you won't kill me. I'll kill you." In a battle of life and death, the winner would live and the loser would die. The winner would be king. I too want to win. Killing you is also my goal. Unfortunately, I couldn't do it. Dong Wushang's eyes were sharp as he said softly, "Yes, you'll never be able to do it." When Drunk Merciless spoke on the verge of death, Dong Wushang couldn't help but soften. The experienced Drunk Merciless immediately reminded Dong Wushang with a fierce tone. Dong Wushang immediately came to his senses. At this moment, he couldn't reveal any flaws. Otherwise, Drunk Merciless would really have died in vain. He couldn't die in peace. Drunk Merciless laughed loudly. Drunk Merciless' voice sounded in Dong Wushang's ears. "Ha ha ha, am I a dog?" Drunk Merciless was still thinking about this question in his last moments. However, in the face of such a man, who dared to say that he was someone else's dog, Dong Wushang immediately replied, "You're not a dog. Although you have flaws in the big picture, you're a real man." Flaws. Drunk Merciless' voice was filled with helplessness. "Dong Wushang, I hope you won't be controlled by him. Otherwise, you'll know that this flaw is something you can't refuse." "Thank you. I'm not a dog. I'm a man." Ha ha ha. The voice was suddenly cut off. Drunk Merciless looked up to the sky and roared. Suddenly, he leaped up and floated into the sky. He stood in the air and recited, "Ruling the heavenly court for 1,000,000 years, shaking hands with 3,000 worlds. Today, I die with no regrets, because I've killed Merciless." As soon as he finished, he laughed loudly. Just as he started laughing, a ball of blood suddenly burst out from his chest. Then, without any warning, a big hole appeared in his chest. It was transparent from front to back. Just now, Dong Wushang and his saber had passed through this hole. This was also the key to victory in the fight just now. That slash had actually destroyed all of Drunk Merciless' life force. The reason why he could still stand and talk, and even look normal on the surface, was because of the last breath of vital energy of a peak saint. As Drunk Merciless laughed, the vital energy finally dissipated. Once the vital energy dissipated, the heavy injuries that he had forcefully suppressed naturally erupted. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Drunk Merciless, who was dressed in a bright yellow robe, stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Even with a huge hole in his chest, he still looked like a king. With a smile on his face, he said, "Dong Wushang, the winner is the king. From now on, the ultimate heaven is yours." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body suddenly turned into a ball of dust with a boom. He disappeared just like that. In the shadows, Sage Lord Yun Shangren's face appeared even more callous. He stretched out his hand and beckoned, as if he had intercepted something. Then, he glared coldly at Dong Wushang. Then, he turned around and disappeared without a trace. Outside the city, seeing Drunk Merciless' body turn into dust and disappear without a trace, the women all spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted without a sound. Only the woman in the center gritted her teeth and tried to stay conscious. She stared at the sky where Drunk Merciless disappeared without blinking. Her hands were clenched into fists. Her nails had already pierced deep into her flesh, and blood was dripping down. With a whoosh, the exploded flesh flew over from the distant sky. With a slap, it stuck to the woman's hand, and in an instant, it almost fused with the woman's blood. It was only the size of half a fingernail. It was just a tiny piece of flesh. However, this woman held it tightly in her hand, as if she had found a treasure and pressed it against her chest. Her lips trembled uncontrollably as tears flowed out of her eyes. "Husband, I know. You were still worried about us, so you came to see us. You came to accompany us. It's great that we're a family. Finally, we're reunited. You're finally free. I'm happy for you. For more than 1,000,000 years of humiliation, you never had a single day. You've never been happy for a single day. You've always endured humiliation for the sake of our family, for the sake of our children. But we all know that as a husband, as a father, you're a great man. No one is greater than you. For 1,000,000 years, if you had decided to die, you would have died. He could have died a long time ago. He could have died countless times. Life is hard and death is easy. But you never chose to be free. You've always carried it, endured it, and supported it. Until now, until we've all been exchanged for freedom. Then, you've finally left with peace of mind. Although I can't bear to part with you, I'm really happy for you. For 1,000,000 years. You've only laughed at the end today. That's the only time you've truly opened your heart and laughed happily. I've finally seen you again. From the bottom of my heart, laugh once. The woman closed her eyes tightly as tears rolled down her cheeks. Don't worry, after I've settled the children, I won't stay for a moment. I'll immediately leave with you. Although I don't know where you are, when you return to chaos, my soul will scatter. In this world, since you're no longer here, I don't want to stay for a moment longer. No one knows, only I know. Even though your name is Wu Qing, in this world, there is no other man who understands love more than you, who is more affectionate. Perhaps, in this entire world, only I know what my husband, Zue Wuqing, meant when he recited that poem at the end. Today, I'll leave with no regrets. Because Wuqing killed Wuqing. Truly without regrets. His family was already safe. How could Wuqing killed Wuqing be referring to the Wuqing blade? If I, Zue Wuqing, didn't want to die, who could kill me? I'll die today because I don't want to live anymore. This was the pride of a heavenly emperor. Towards Dong Wushang, who had fought to the death with her husband, the woman didn't have any hatred in her heart. Only because of Dong Wushang, Zue Wuqing was truly free. The last day, the last battle, was also Zue Wuqing's last true happiness. For the first time in 1,000,000 years, he was truly happy. Although the ending was death. We don't hate you, but we can't help you. Looking at the empty Dong Wushang, the woman said softly, we only wish you good luck. Don't be controlled again. Otherwise, it'll cause another tragedy. She sighed sadly. She knew how difficult it was to not be controlled by that person in the extreme heaven. After a long time, the other women woke up one by one. They looked at each other in despair. They gritted their teeth and sobbed silently. Finally, they supported each other as they walked into the forest. They kept looking back as they walked. Those few bloated figures gradually disappeared. Occasionally, someone would also see these few women, but they couldn't help but turn their heads and spit in disdain. Where did these ugly ghosts come from? Fuck. They're really too ugly. These girls turned a deaf ear to those comments and obscenities and walked away without looking back. The one who was in the lead had one of her hands tightly clenched into a fist and had been holding it tightly to her chest the entire time. Husband, let's go home. Let's go home together. There was only silence in Merciless City. This battle of the century had already ended for a while, but no one made a sound. Chapter 25:14. After a long time, everyone seemed to have come to a realization and erupted into thunderous cheers. Those were Dong Wushang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion subordinates who were cheering for great Emperor Wushang's victory. Then, there was endless noise. Those were the others who also seemed to have woken up from a dream and went with the flow. They might not be sincere, but their voices were loud. All kinds of unexpected and unbelievable events had turned Merciless City into a huge, noisy market in an instant. Everyone was talking, but no one knew, and no one could hear what they were talking about. They only felt their hearts filled with shock. No one would have thought that the battle between these two peak experts, the ultimate battle between kings, would really end with one side defeated. The merciless heavenly emperor who had dominated the extreme sky for millions of years was killed by the young great Emperor Wu Shang on the spot. This result was really out of everyone's expectations. As a result, the entire imperial city fell into an unprecedented state of chaos. Because it was only now that those spectators finally realized what kind of injuries they had suffered. Miserable screams rang out one after another, as if they wished they were dead. Dong Wushang had been standing at the peak of the imperial city with his saber in his hand. His figure was motionless, like a towering mountain. His broad shoulders propped up the entire sky of the extreme heaven. His gaze slowly turned. Whichever direction it turned to, that direction would instantly fall into silence. At this moment, that extremely condensed aura finally descended upon the world, dominating the world. Whoosh 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 Mo Lei GMO, and Li Shengtu jumped up anxiously and came to Dong Wushang's side. Dong Wushang saw that his beloved wife had arrived. Finally, he let out a long breath and took a step forward. With the help of Mo Lei's cultivation, he flew thousands of feet in the air and disappeared outside the city. Obviously, Dong Wushang, who had been famous for millions of years, had to pay a price for defeating the extreme Skylord. Perhaps the price was extremely high. It was just that everyone looked at him with extreme respect at this moment. They watched Great Emperor Wushang leave and didn't dare to make any rash moves. Everyone knew that when Great Emperor Wushang appeared once more, he would be the first to show his face. He was already the ruler of the extreme sky, a heaven lord. Just as they returned to the tent, Mo Lei felt Dong Wushang's body trembling violently. Then, his body became sticky. Countless wounds suddenly appeared on Dong Wushang's body. At the same time, a large amount of blood spurted out. As far as the eye could see, there were over 100 sword wounds. Although it was said that he was covered in cuts and bruises, it was the rarest of all. Dong Wushang held Mo Lei's hand. "I'll rest for a while. You and GMO look after me. No one is allowed to get close to me. When I wake up, I'll explain to you." Dong Wushang closed his eyes and fainted before he could finish speaking. In this battle, Dong Wushang had single-handedly killed Heavenly Emperor Merciless, especially when he had to face Zue Wuqing's all-out killing move at the end. In fact, he was already at the end of his rope. This battle had been won by a close shave. It could even be said that if not for Zue Wuqing's desire to die, it would have been hard to say who would have won this battle. Even though Dong Wushang had won by a narrow margin, it was already a miracle that Fault could barely hold on until now. Now that he was safe and finally at a place where he didn't need to disguise himself, the vital energy that he had forcefully gathered dissipated instantly. He couldn't hold on any longer and immediately fell into a coma. But before he fell into a coma, he was still on guard against what Zue Wuqing had said. If the saint came to find trouble at this time, it would be terrible. So he specially instructed GMO and Mo Lei not to let anyone get close to him. With his wife and brother protecting him, Dong Wushang could truly rest assured and focus on healing his injuries. Mo Lei gasped and hurriedly took out a heavy pill and stuffed it into Dong Wushang's wound. Only after checking his pulse did she feel relieved. Although his pulse was weak, it was still very solid. It wasn't an injury caused by death. As long as he recuperated for a while, he would recover. It was just that he needed some time to recover from the loss of vital energy. Carefully laying Dong Wushang's entire body flat, Mo Lei quietly sat beside him and slowly started to treat his wounds. The heavy pill had already started to take effect slowly, but this time, the effect of the heavy pill was especially slow. The injury caused by the Heavenly Emperor of Merciless, one sword that turned 10,000 miles into heavens, naturally included the Heavenly Emperor's royal aura and the domain damage of a peak saint. Although the heavy pill could heal all injuries, its effect on such special injuries was greatly reduced. Actually, the most targeted treatment method was still to use the injured person's own cultivation to refine the opponent's power. This was the way to treat the root of the problem. Although the heavy pill could heal all injuries, it wasn't very effective when used here. But in this world, there was no medicine more effective than the heavy pill. GMO, you go out first. I'll take off his clothes and treat his injuries, Mo Lei said in a low voice. GMO shook his head resolutely. I definitely won't go out now. Sister-in-law, you can handle it. I'll wait at the door. He laughed bitterly and said, It's not that I don't know how to avoid arousing suspicion, but it's because the last sentence Dong Wushang said before he fell into a coma was really meaningful. He asked the two of us to guard him and not let anyone near him. Before this, when did Dong Wushang care about this? And it was in his own camp. But this time, he said it so seriously. There must be another reason. I'm afraid this reason is very serious. So, I must wait here. Even if you hit me, I won't go out. GMO was as resolute as a rock. All right then. Imole didn't argue with him anymore. Dong Wushang's injuries really couldn't be delayed. The sooner he was treated, the faster and better the effects would be. She immediately got busy. Jimo's back was facing Dong Wushang and Imole. He stared at the door with a vigilant gaze. His divine senses had already spread out in all directions, paying attention to the movements in the surroundings. He didn't dare to miss any movement. At this moment, GMO was like an injured wolf king in the wasteland. He looked at the surroundings with infinite vigilance. As long as there was any movement, he would immediately go all out. GMO had experienced so many wars in his life, but this was the first time he was so vigilant. Because GMO knew. The words that Dong Wushang had said were definitely hiding a huge crisis. Even people like Dong Wushang were afraid. Even having a wife with the cultivation of a peak Saint Imole by his side wasn't enough. And he had to leave him behind too. What kind of thing would that be? GMO couldn't help but shudder at the thought of it. And now, the other brothers weren't here. He was the only one here. So, even if the sky really collapsed, he had to hold it up. Not to mention a person, even a small insect, could forget about getting close to the present Dong Wushang. Other than Imole, no matter who it was, if they wanted to walk in front of Dong Wushang, you'll have to step over my dead body to do so. Jimo's gaze was resolute. He had already made such a vow in his heart. His body was like a bow with an arrow on the string, a bow that had been fully drawn. In his life, he had never been so nervous. Under Jimo's infinite vigilance, time passed bit by bit. Imole had already treated all of Dong Wushang's wounds. He only felt weak all over. The wounds on Dong Wushang's body were all caused by the sword aura. Every one of them was a shallow cut on the skin. But when the blood was brushed away, one would discover that it was a deep cut. Fresh blood surged, extremely terrifying. There were a total of more than 130 such wounds. Although Imole was the king of assassins and had seen too many of such wounds, this time, it was on the body of her most beloved husband. How could she easily control her emotions? She cried as she cleaned up. In the past, as long as he took the heavy pill, even if the wounds didn't recover in time, there would definitely be miraculous effects. But this time, the recovery speed of the wounds was actually unprecedentedly slow. But this time, with the power of the extreme Celestial Emperor's domain, the effects of the heavy pill were also greatly weakened. Fortunately, Dong Wushang's cultivation was high and Imole's treatment was also timely. Everything was developing in a good direction. After a period of time, Dong Wushang's breathing finally stabilized. Although it was still slightly weak, it was continuous and strong. Only then did Imole feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Just as she was about to turn around, she unexpectedly felt an unusually strong murderous aura coming from GMO, who was at the door behind her, without warning, as if he was going to fight to the death with some great enemy. Then, she saw GMO hurriedly turn around and blow out the oil lamp in the tent in one breath. In an instant, it was pitch black. Seeing this, Imole couldn't help but be shocked. She knew that something had happened again. Just now, she was wholeheartedly saving her husband and completely neglected the movements around her. She only heard GMO say hurriedly, "Sister-in-law, if the situation is critical, carry Wushang and leave alone. Don't care about anything else. Don't. Ever since the brothers reunited, GMO's personality was still the same. He was always joking around and never had a proper appearance. But now, he had a rare stern face and his expression was unusually serious. In fact, there was even a hint of fear in his voice. Because he knew that what Dong Wushang was most worried about was probably really happening. At this moment, GMO's body was completely tensed up. His hand was already silently gripping the long sword that he always carried with him. Imole was just about to speak when she felt an overwhelming and shocking aura coming towards her. An elegant and graceful voice said, "Where is Great Emperor Wushang?" Outside, there was a series of shouts and interrogations. Then, there were a few pong-pong sounds, followed by a series of tragic screams. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire camp was thrown into chaos. Then, a majestic voice said, "Who are you? Stop right there." That was Li Xiongtu's voice. Then, Li Xiongtu let out a muffled groan and shouted, "Be careful." Then, there was a poof, and Li Xiongtu was sent flying by that person's palm. Jimo's palms were already sweaty. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chapter 25:15. Li Xiongtu had encountered many fortuitous encounters in the past 2 years, and his cultivation progress could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already at the level of a saint, and could be said to have reached the level of a first-rate expert in the world. In addition, Li Xiongtu was born with a kind of fearless aura of an expert. When competing with martial artists of the same level, he was almost always at a disadvantage. Even when facing a high-level saint, it was not that he did not have the strength to fight. But at this moment, in the hands of the enemy, he was actually unable to withstand one move and was sent flying. Even the person who came was just disdainful of killing and showed mercy. If he really wanted to kill, Li Xiongtu might have already died. Who was it? The night was dark. That elegant voice said helplessly, "I am here to discuss important matters with Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang. I have no ill intentions. Why are you stopping me?" Then, a series of whooshing sounds were heard, and then there were many angry curses, shouts, the sound of golden blades cutting through the air, and the sound of clothes fluttering. Obviously, the experts of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion had already come from all directions and joined the battle to intercept the person. Swish, swish, swish. In front of the tent, there were at least 100 people gathered here to protect their leader. They blocked the path of the person who came. Through the accumulation of this period of time, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion under Dong Wushang already had hundreds of saint-level experts. This kind of strength might be slightly weaker than the other heavenly emperors. However, they were already one of the stronger powers in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Dozens of saints were attacking the person with all their strength. More than 100 experts were guarding the tent. Such a lineup could definitely be called gorgeous. But in Jimo's heart, he did not feel the slightest bit safe. The experts he had brought with him were already lying in ambush at this moment. But even so, he still felt that it was not safe enough. He did not know why, but GMO had a kind of can't stop it, not a match, danger, and other such strange feelings. This was a kind of intuition. This kind of intuition made him feel that even if the brothers and the boss Chu Yang were all here now, they would not be able to stop this person. Originally, in Jimo's heart, his brothers joined hands to fight the enemy side by side. They were absolutely invincible. But this time, even this absolutely invincible dream combination was not a match for the person who came. Could the person who came really be so strong? Get ready. GMO arched his body like a leopard that was ready to attack at any time. His voice was urgent and nervous. "Fourth sister-in-law, this is a matter of life and death. You can't hesitate at all. You must listen to me." With fourth brother, hurry up and leave. Go as far as you can. No matter what happens, don't look back. Emolayer took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "What about you?" Jimo's voice was calm. "I have my own way to escape. Don't worry about me. Do not hesitate." Emolayer nodded and quickly wrapped Dong Wushang up. GMO was calculating in his heart. If Dong Wushang and Emolayer left, what were the chances of him surviving? He could hear the miserable cries of the people outside, and people kept falling back. The more GMO thought about it, the more he realized how terrifying this person was. Or, if I were to stop this person from chasing after Dong Wushang, there would be no chance of survival. GMO tightened his grip on his sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the person arrived in front of the tent and said indifferently, "I have always been merciful and have never killed anyone. I just don't want to kill anyone. I said it. I just want to meet Great Emperor Wu Shang. I have no ill intentions. Why are you stopping me? Since you have no ill intentions, then come back after Great Emperor Wu Shang recovers." Li Xiongtu's fierce voice sounded. He rushed back again. Great Emperor Wu Shang has just finished his battle, and you come here in such a manner. It is obvious what your intentions are." That person laughed bitterly and helplessly. What a stubborn person. With a loud bang, Li Xiong too was sent flying again. With a loud roar, the hundreds of experts in front of the tent attacked together. That person sighed. "Since that is the case, I won't hold back." With a loud bang, many people groaned and wretched cries rang out one after another. Outside, a sound like a hurricane rang out. Woo woo woo. That was the figure of that person. It was spinning rapidly, turning into a human tornado. Only the people outside would know that the person's body had completely disappeared. What surrounded their bodies was a real wind that had form but no substance. It was all-pervasive. Puff, 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 puff. Dozens of experts were hit at the same time and fell in all directions. They had no way to resist at all. With a whoosh, the curtain of the tent was pulled open. A thin and slender figure whose face couldn't be seen stepped in. At this moment, GMO didn't say anything and suddenly attacked. A ball of sword light, in an extreme way like an explosion, instantly filled the entire space within the tent. Chi, 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 chi. The sword energy wreaked havoc, and the tent that was the first to be struck by it was instantly torn into pieces. At the same time, the experts outside had already rushed in, and the scene was extremely chaotic. In a pitch-black place, Emo Lei carried Dong Wushang and used her unparalleled concealment technique. She silently floated out from the opening of the tent and blended into the dark night. That mysterious person's senses were really impressive. In such a chaotic scene, he was still able to detect Emo Lei's presence. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a ball of sword light on his right and an extremely violent explosion coming towards him. There was actually another expert at the peak level of a saint hidden in this tent. Even if he wasn't as good as Dong Wushang, he was still an expert of the same level, and the moment he came into contact with him, he attacked with all his might. The mysterious person didn't care much about this sudden attack. However, he snorted in anger and said, "You're asking for death." As he waved his sleeves, there seemed to be some kind of weapon that clashed with Jimo's sword. In an instant, sparks flashed. People rushed in from all directions, yelling and shouting. Once again, they besieged the mysterious man. The subordinates that GMO had set up in advance also attacked at this moment. And this mysterious person looked in that instant and saw that Dong Wushang was no longer in the tent. He couldn't help but be furious. With a wave of his sleeves, the people surrounding him immediately stumbled back. His body floated up and was about to rush out, chasing in the direction that he vaguely sensed just now. GMO gritted his teeth and pushed his cultivation to the limit. His body and sword became one as he fiercely pierced through the air. "If you want to chase after my fourth brother, I'll take your life." Even though the mysterious person's strength was astonishing, he was still a little afraid of GMO's all-out attack. He stopped in his tracks and waved his sleeves again. A jade color flashed again, and the mysterious weapon collided violently with GMO's sword again. Everyone who saw this scene was greatly shocked. They weren't shocked by GMO's attack, but by the weapon that the mysterious person used to fight against GMO. This mysterious man in white actually used only a thin piece of jade rui to fight. Such a fragile material actually didn't suffer any damage when it clashed with GMO's well-tempered sword. With just one clash, GMO immediately spat out blood and fell back. His sword flew out of his hand and turned into a stream of light, stabbing towards the mysterious person. He didn't even give this person a chance to catch his breath. Once he had time to react, Dong Wushang would be in danger. In a flash, the mysterious man in white had already caught the long sword in his hand. GMO, on the other hand, pounced on him like a mad tiger. His fists and feet intertwined. Every part of his body had turned into a sharp weapon. Head, shoulders, elbows, knees, buttocks, legs, back, waist, feet, hands. He was like a demonic god with 1,000 arms and legs, using an extremely shameless method, using every possible method to entangle the mysterious man in white. Although the difference in cultivation between the two of them was too great to be measured, he still fought to the death without retreating. His only goal was to prevent the mysterious person from escaping. The mysterious person in white was furious at Jimo's actions. He didn't show any mercy and attacked repeatedly. Almost in an instant, Jimo's body was hit repeatedly. Every time they collided, Jimo felt his internal organs vibrating violently and shattering. Perhaps in the next moment, in the next attack, his internal organs would be completely shattered. Jimo's face was distorted, and blood flowed from his orifices, but he still didn't retreat. Fourth brother hasn't gone far yet. I can't retreat. Perhaps in the next moment, in the next attack, my internal organs will be completely shattered. But at this moment, I still have to hold on. Every bit of time that I can hold on is a little bit safer for fourth brother. His eyes were already a little dazed from the repeated attacks, but that stubborn light still shone stubbornly. The man in white raised his leg and kicked Jimo's chest. Blood spurted out from Jimo's orifices, but his two hands held on tightly to the man in white's leg. The man in white finally let out a long sigh, and his leg shook. Jimo's two arms broke into pieces with a pop-pop sound. He was powerless to do anything. Jimo's entire body fell to the ground like an emptied sack, but his eyes were still wide open as he glared at the mysterious person. "You're his guard?" At this time, the man in white finally gave up on the idea of pursuing Dong Wushang. After this period of delay, wanting to find Dong Wushang again was undoubtedly a fool's dream. "Great Emperor Wushang, save my life?" Jimo's eyes rolled back, and blood gushed out from his mouth. At the last moment of his life, he still couldn't tell the truth, because his identity was actually the same as Dong Wushang's. There wasn't much difference. He couldn't catch Dong Wushang, so he caught him, and the result was the same. He could also threaten his brothers. Previously, he fought to the death for Dong Wushang, but now, he was lying for all his brothers. Chapter 25:16. Saving Your Life. The mysterious man in white looked at Jimo, who was barely breathing. Blood was foaming at his mouth, and his pupils were in a mess. He couldn't help but sigh in pity. "A peak saint expert with such a temperament can't be used by me. Moreover, he's dying. There's no saving him." The man in white stood quietly for a while. Suddenly, he floated up and said coldly, "He saved your life. Today, you're dying for him. You're returning the favor." The next moment, he was in midair. With a wave of his sleeve, sword light flashed. A sword stabbed into the ground beside Jimo. That was Jimo's sword. "You're a good man. Let your sword be buried with you." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of bangs were heard. The mysterious man in white broke through the obstruction of dozens of experts and disappeared without a trace. He could tell at a glance that Jimo's injury was beyond saving. He didn't waste any more time and attacked again. Jimo's pupils slowly became unfocused. It seemed that he was about to leave. However, his fingers were making some difficult movements. There was a heavy pill between his fingers. He moved with great difficulty, trying to stuff the heavy pill into his mouth. As long as the heavy pill entered his mouth, there was hope. However, his injury was too serious. It was so serious that he couldn't move. His arm was completely shattered. He didn't have the ability to put the heavy pill into his mouth. His pupils continued to dilate. Jimo's mouth finally showed a bitter smile. Was he really going to die? At this moment, a man was coughing up blood and crawling over quickly. One of his legs was shattered. One of his arms was also shattered. He only relied on his other hand and leg to crawl to Jimo's side. It was Li Xiongtu. Looking at Jimo's dilated pupils and the heavy pill in his hand, Li Xiongtu swallowed his saliva. However, he didn't hesitate. He took the heavy pill from Jimo's finger and stuffed it into Jimo's mouth. Jimo's injury was so serious that it couldn't get any worse. His life was on the line. Even if he took the heavy pill, he might not survive. Because the previous series of attacks were heavy blows from the number one in the world. Previously, when Dong Wushang and Zue Wuqing had fought to the death, their injuries were still manageable. However, because Zue Wuqing's strength had already risen to the level of domain, the effects of the heavy pill were greatly reduced. Right now, Jimo's condition was several times more serious than Dong Wushang's. The effect of the heavy pill was really not optimistic. Although Li Xiongtu's injuries were quite serious, he could still move and even circulate his martial arts. If he were to consume this heavy pill himself, he would be able to recover very quickly. Even his broken limbs could be regrown with the help of the heavy pill. However, Li Xiongtu still chose to stuff that heavy pill into Jimo's mouth. "It's not mine. I don't want it. If others don't give it to me, I don't want it." Even if GMO ate the heavy pill, he still died in the end. The heavy pill was wasted, and it was still someone else's. A real man should do what he wants. There were things that should be done, and things that must be done. There were some things that he couldn't do. Li Xiongtu thought to himself. Finally, some of the experts who had collapsed on the ground slowly moved and even began to crawl up. Li Xiongtu said with difficulty, "Call someone to treat my injuries." Before he could finish, he fell to the ground with a plop and fell into a deep coma. Li Xiongtu's injuries were certainly lighter than Jimo's. However, the severity of his injuries was equally shocking. He had suffered internal injuries in addition to crippled limbs. In fact, his injuries were even more severe than the injuries that Dong Wushang had suffered earlier. He had struggled to give GMO a heavy pill. Then, he had shouted out loud. But he hadn't been able to hold on any longer and had fallen into a coma. At this moment, Jimo's entire body was like a tattered gunny sack. Blood seeped out everywhere. He lay quietly on the ground. Although he was lucky enough to take that heavy pill, it was still unknown whether he was dead or alive. Everyone forced themselves to support their almost crippled bodies and crawl up. When they saw Jimo's current condition, hot tears gushed out of their eyes. Everyone had seen how GMO had fought in that lightning-fast battle just now. There were only 8 words that could be used to describe GMO. Fearless of death, fighting with his life on the line. That was it. Facing an enemy that was so strong that he couldn't resist, GMO didn't hesitate at all. He used all kinds of methods to restrain, entangle, and obstruct the enemy. He directly used his own life as a weapon to stop the enemy's advance, all for the sake of delaying the enemy for a split second, to create a chance for his brother to escape. Right now, he was lying there without any strength left, motionless. There were no signs of life on his body. A guard with tears in his eyes went over and carried Jimo's body to the side. He wanted to wait for Heavenly Emperor Wushang to come back and bury him. But when he touched Jimo's body, he was suddenly stunned. Then, he became overjoyed and shouted crazily, "He's still alive! He's still alive!" Everyone was in an uproar because of this sentence. Not dead? It's good that he's not dead. The heavens bless the kind. It's good that he's not dead. Everyone was wild with joy when they saw this. Many men who prided themselves as tough men started to cry. A few people with lighter injuries carefully lifted GMO up and placed him on a new bed. A few saints with the highest strength forced their injured bodies to sit around GMO. They didn't care about their lives and transferred their cultivation into Jimo's body. Everyone felt a lingering fear when they thought of the battle just now. They had never met an expert more powerful than the mysterious person today. Fortunately, that person didn't intend to kill them directly. So although everyone was heavily injured, no one really lost their lives. The one with the heaviest injuries was GMO, because he blocked the most ruthlessly. So, he was the one with the heaviest injuries. If not for a heaven-defying medicine like the heavy pill, GMO would have really turned into a ghost. In fact, even that mysterious and powerful enemy thought that GMO was on the verge of death and couldn't be saved. That was why he turned around and left. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. With the mysterious person's cultivation, how could he make a wrong judgment? Such an expert who had surpassed the peak of the saint stage already said that he couldn't be saved. But GMO was actually still alive. This was simply an impossible miracle. Besides, everyone still had a question in their hearts, as well as a strong, lingering fear. Who exactly was this mysterious person in white? He was actually so powerful. The people here were all veterans of the Heaven Imperial Court. Many of them had participated in the battle against Yuan Tianjia. But they had never thought that there was actually someone who could be so powerful in this world. As many as hundreds of saints surrounded and attacked. In the end, everyone was injured, but the mysterious person wasn't injured at all. GMO, who had reached the peak of the saint stage, tried his best to stop the mysterious person. Almost instantly, he was crippled and on the verge of death. And from the beginning to the end, the mysterious person didn't even have a drop of blood on him. In such a huge army of experts, he came and went as he pleased. Even Heavenly Emperor Wushang and Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing, who shocked the world yesterday, they definitely didn't have such cultivation. What a powerful enemy this was. Was there really someone who could be an enemy of this person? Go back. When Dong Wushang woke up, he realized that he was in a foreign place and could only see Mo Lei. After learning from Mo Lei that GMO had stopped them and how powerful the enemy was, the first thing Dong Wushang said was to go back. Dong Wushang's body still couldn't move. His entire body seemed to be empty, and he couldn't use any cultivation at all. But at this moment, his eyes were resolute. Extremely resolute and unquestionable. Mo Lei looked at him in a daze. Go back immediately. Immediately. Dong Wushang's gaze gradually turned cold as he looked at his wife. He spoke in an almost commanding tone. If my brother GMO dies, Dong Wushang said lightly, then the two of us don't need to live anymore. In Mo Lei's eyes, at this moment, Dong Wushang actually looked at her with a somewhat unfamiliar gaze. He took a few deep breaths and suddenly roared as if he had exploded. You, how can you run away at the last minute? How can you let our brother face danger alone? Mo Lei lowered her head in shame. Go back immediately. Dong Wushang said unquestionably, even if that place becomes a place of no return. I have to go back and see what's going on. But your body, even if you go. Mo Lei said worriedly. Dong Wushang turned his head to the side. My body. Hee. You only have eyes for my body, but my brothers are facing death for me. Dong Wushang's voice sounded very cold and unfamiliar. Mo Lei's heart suddenly felt like it was pierced deeply. I admit that my choice was a little selfish, but I'm a woman and you're my husband. At that time, I really couldn't care about others. Although I know that I shouldn't have done that, if I had to choose again, I would still do that. Dong Wushang closed his eyes and didn't say anything. His face was ashen and his breathing became increasingly uneven. Mo Lei was stunned for a while. Suddenly, she carried Dong Wushang and ran back like a madwoman. Fine, since you insist, then I'll go back with you. If we die, then let's die together. If you can die for your brothers, then why can't I accompany you to the spring? The moment Mo Lei lowered her head, a teardrop fell on Dong Wushang's face. Dong Wushang felt the warmth of his wife's tears and sighed inexplicably in his heart. However, he had no intention of compromising at all. If it were in the past, at this moment, he would have already started to be careful and apologetic. However, at this moment, Dong Wushang was burning with anxiety and his heart was as cold as iron. However, he also remembered that his blood was boiling and burning and his heart was beating wildly. Layer, I'm sorry. If it were anything else, I could give in to you no matter how much I have to suffer. However, on this matter, I definitely won't give in at all. This matter concerns the life and death of my brother. I definitely won't give in. Chapter 25:17. Mo Lei was like a black ray of light as she sped back the way she came. Along the way, the husband and wife didn't speak. They just listened to the sound of the wind. When they saw the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's camp, both of them discovered the chaotic situation there. Mo Lei was shocked and sped up again. When the Heavenly Armament Pavilion soldiers saw Emperor Wushang return, they all cheered. However, they were stopped by Mo Lei. Given the current situation, they couldn't let more people know that Dong Wushang was back. Strict orders were given to seal off all news. After a while, they finally saw the military tent. It was a newly built military tent. Go in. Dong Wushang was very anxious. Opening the tent door, Mo Lei walked into the tent that was almost windy on all sides. As far as the eye could see, there were injured soldiers all over the ground. And behind this tent, there were even more heavily injured experts. There were no less than a few hundred people. All the experts that Dong Wushang belonged to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. At least half of them had lost their ability to fight in this short battle. This extremely tragic situation made Dong Wushang and Mo-Lei's hearts burn with anger and heartache. Where's GMO? Seeing that the others weren't in danger, Dong Wushang finally asked the thing that he was most concerned about and wanted to know the most. When he asked this question, he only felt his heart twitching. He waited anxiously. Even his throat was dry. Please don't have any bad news. Please don't. Inside, Li Xiongtu gritted his teeth and treated the injury on his leg. Using his own hands, he pulled the broken bones back to their original positions one by one and connected them together. Then, he used medicine. With such pain, the sweat on Li Xiongtu's forehead flowed down, but he didn't make a single sound. Dong Wushang urged Mo-Lei to carry him to Jimo's bed. Looking at this pile of rotten flesh, Dong Wushang only felt dizzy. GMO is not dead. He's still breathing. Li Xiongtu said sadly, it's just that. His injuries are really too serious. It's already beyond our ability. Dong Wushang controlled himself and reached out, placing his fingers on Jimo's wrist. That slight warmth. Her pulse was slow and sluggish, which made Dong Wushang feel sad, happy, and even more worried. He was happy that his brother was still alive. Sadly, his injuries were too severe. What he was worried about was such a serious injury. Could he still recover? Where are the heavy pills? GMO also has heavy pills on him. Dong Wushang asked. GMO has already taken a heavy pill. Li Xiongtu said. Fortunately, he has a heavy pill with him. I managed to preserve my last bit of primordial qi. Otherwise, I would have died for sure. Dong Wushang closed his eyes. It's good that you're not dead. Thank goodness. Then, he let Mo-Lei place him beside Jimo's bed. Staring blankly at the unconscious GMO, a bitter smile appeared on Dong Wushang's face. Brother. Mo-Lei didn't hesitate and took out the few remaining heavy pills. He gave one to Li Xiongtu and the others who were more seriously injured. As for the last two pills, he ignored Dong Wushang's objections. He gave Dong Wushang and GMO another pill each. He forced it into their mouths. It was a scene of devastation and full of injured soldiers. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion, which was once the most powerful elite, was now only left with Mo-Lei, a peak expert, to support the situation. Just because of a mysterious person, the situation was so bad. Mo-Lei could not be bothered to argue with Dong Wushang anymore. She immediately got busy and sent out one order after another. Gather the injured soldiers and treat them with all your might. Seal the news and prevent it from spreading. All camps stay alert and set up the life and death chain formation. Also, spread the news immediately. It's extremely urgent and ask for help from the Tianji Intelligence Headquarters. At this critical moment, we must remain calm and cautious. Then, Mo-Lei returned to her own tent and immediately disguised herself as a dark and thin guard. She came to the tent where Dong Wushang and GMO were recuperating. She also had to change her appearance a little. If that powerful enemy knew that she had returned, he would definitely guess that Dong Wushang had also returned. The habit of the two of them being inseparable was no longer a secret. Looking at the groggy and exhausted Dong Wushang, Mo-Lei finally felt relieved after going through this life and death situation. She really wanted to kick him. This stinky pig. He actually dared to yell at me just now. Thinking about it, Mo-Lei felt wronged. I was thinking for you, and he actually yelled at me. Yes, I'd better wait for him to recover before I settle the score with him properly. Stinky pig. Do you only have your brothers in your eyes and not your wife? Thinking about it makes me grit my teeth, angry and wronged. Wasn't it all for you guys? Wasn't it all for what you asked me to do before you fainted? Why did you forget everything when your brothers were in danger? You actually spoke so coldly to me. Humph. I definitely won't let him off so easily. But when he yelled at me without any pity at that time, that kind of anxious calmness was really very manly. Sigh. Back then, Wasn't it because of his loyalty that I liked him? Imole held her chin with both hands and fell into a reverie for a moment. She wondered, when would the reinforcements, which were his brothers, arrive? Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The entire army was in a state of high alert, but every day felt like a year. The information had already been sent out long ago, but there was no response at all. On the surface, the army of Heavenly Armament Pavilion was still neat and tidy as they camped in the suburbs of Merciless City. From all directions, the army of the Extreme Heaven's origin was gathering here one after another. Although Zue Wuqing was already dead, it was still unknown whether the group of arrogant soldiers under him would submit to Dong Wushang, a heavenly emperor of a generation. How could he really not have a few trusted generals? If they knew that Dong Wushang was seriously injured and that the higher-ups of Heavenly Armament Pavilion had collectively become like this, the consequences were really unimaginable. Chu Yang had just returned to the Eastern Royal Heavens when he heard about the major incident in the Extreme Heavens. Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing versus Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang. This news really gave Chu Yang a fright. He had only left for a year. Dong Wushang dared to openly challenge a member of the Heavenly Emperor-Empress? Wasn't he too daring? He urgently looked for people to understand the situation, but he actually couldn't find anyone. He couldn't find any specific information. It was equivalent to being in the dark. What was even more ridiculous was that the owner of the Eastern Royal Heavens, Eastern Royal Emperor, had actually gone somewhere. Chu Yang could be said to be burning with anxiety about the current situation. He didn't say anything else. He immediately set off for the Extreme Heavens. When he was halfway there, he heard that the outcome of the battle was already out. Heavenly Emperor Merciless of the Extreme Heavens was defeated and killed. According to the agreement, Heavenly Emperor Wushang, who won, didn't seem to be in a very good condition either. He was seriously injured and even disappeared without a trace after the battle. Currently, the army of Heavenly Armament Pavilion was still camped outside Merciless City, confronting the army that came from all directions. The situation was on the verge of breaking out. It wasn't optimistic at all. Chu Yang couldn't help but grit his teeth. He directly put the three girls into the tribulation space, then used the sword momentum of the tribulation sword to speed up his journey. Along the way, everyone who came into contact with the path of the tribulation sword basically only felt a thunderous sound, and then a lightning-like object flashed past above their heads and disappeared into the distant sky. There was nothing else. Chu Yang hurried on with his journey at top speed, almost as if he didn't care about his own life. He reached the Extreme Heavens on this day. It was only a little more than 2 hours away from his destination, Merciless City. Of course, this little more than 2 hours of journey was calculated with Chu Yang's current speed. If it was a normal journey, there was still more than 7,000 miles to go. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was almost equivalent to an unreachable distance. Chu Yang still didn't delay. He only drank a few mouthfuls of the spring of life, then set off on the tribulation sword again, flying toward Merciless City in a flash of lightning. How was Dong Wushang? How was the situation in Merciless City? In these few days, as he hurried along, he tried to contact Mo Tianji, but there was also no news. The only thing he knew was that Luo Kadi and Rue Batong were also desperately rushing to the Extreme Heavens to help. As for GMO, he had already rushed to the Extreme Heavens to fight side by side with Dong Wushang. With GMO, Mo and the many experts of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion under Dong Wushang as reinforcements, and with millions of soldiers as his backing, even if Dong Wushang was seriously injured during the battle, he wouldn't suddenly disappear after the battle, right? Deliberately creating news of his disappearance at this time was definitely not a good move. Then, what exactly happened on Dong Wushang's side? Outside Merciless City, in all directions, the three armies were dressed in mourning. The frontier soldiers under Zue Wuqing's command rushed here from all directions, refusing to accept the fact that the Extreme Heavens had a new Heavenly Emperor, and even more unwilling to accept that the new Heavenly Emperor was the one who killed their leader. The merciless Iron Army will always be loyal to the merciless Heavenly Emperor. Life and death are the same. The merciless heavenly emperor's life will follow his majesty as he gallops across the heavens and vanquishes the enemy. The merciless heavenly emperor's death will avenge his majesty, and we will not rest until one of us is dead. The millions of soldiers were divided into 8 directions, each wearing white helmets, white armor, white robes, and white horses. They were dressed in mourning clothes. Even the flags of the army were all white. The flags were clear, and they were determined to avenge the merciless heavenly emperor. Under the command of the millions of soldiers, they knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the imperial city. They paid their last and most noble respects to His Majesty, the heavenly emperor whom they were loyal to. In 2 days, all the robes and flags were dyed white, and the ultimate goal was for these last 3 kowtows. The only thing that was different was a blood-red flag. Surrounded by a white flag with a radius of 1,000 feet, the flag slowly rose and was pulled open. On it, there were 8 blood-red words condensed from the soldier's own blood. If I don't avenge this, I won't have any face in this life. Chapter 25:18. Boom. As this flag was slowly raised, the entire merciless army was in an uproar. Revenge. Revenge for His Majesty. 8 armies were marching towards the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, which was located in the south of the city. The first army was already fighting with the enemy. Dong Wushang, come out and fight. Dong Wushang, come out if you have the guts. Previously, you were so arrogant and aggressive. How did you become a coward now? It was a mess. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion's camp was strict. One look and you could tell that it was an army that had been through hundreds of battles. The camp set up by such an army was bound to be connected from head to tail. Once they rashly barged in, it would be a dead end. Perhaps the entire army would be buried inside. It would not be strange. Being greedy and rash was originally a military taboo. Although the merciless army was anxious for revenge, it was not to the point of being muddle-headed. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor gave you a chance to have a fair fight that day. Don't you dare to have a fair fight with us on the battlefield? As time went by, the scene became more and more chaotic. The battle could break out at any time. The merciless army sent out team after team of experts to challenge them one by one. However, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion did not move from beginning to end, and all those who dared to barge into the army were killed mercilessly. The other party is not willing to fight head-on. It seems that we can only force our way into the camp. A few senior generals of the merciless army gathered together to discuss. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. But it's too risky to do so. It's a military taboo. Another person objected. The other party has as many as 1,000,000 soldiers and horses left behind. Looking from a high place, the rules are strict and all-encompassing. The other party has obviously set up an extremely strong defensive formation. Moreover, it's the kind of military formation that will die together with the enemy. If we force our way in, the casualties will be great, and there won't be much chance of victory. Since everyone is here, no one will be afraid of death. However, the army that is still loyal to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is only left with us. If we all die, then His Majesty the merciless Heavenly Emperor will be completely wiped out. But the other party insists on not fighting. What should we do? Are we just going to wait like this? Another person said impatiently. Then let's just wait. The enemy's only weakness right now is their supplies. The general from before smiled faintly. They've traveled a long distance to come here. No matter how well prepared the military supplies are, it's still not as convenient as us locals. If we continue like this, we'll definitely exhaust them to death. As long as we don't let them break out of the encirclement and return to the main camp, we will definitely win. Rather than forcefully attacking the enemy's battle formation, why don't we wait for them to fall into chaos first? However, Emperor Wu Shang's cultivation is extremely high. He can even defeat His Majesty Heavenly Emperor Merciless in a head-on clash. How can we possibly stop such an expert from breaking out of the encirclement? Another person said, do you really think that Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang can defeat Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing without suffering any losses? The general snorted coldly. I'm guessing that they're not fighting because Great Emperor Wushang is also heavily injured. In fact, he might even be dying. Wasn't there a rumor that Heavenly Emperor Wushang had gone missing after the Great Battle? It's very likely that this isn't a rumor. This sentence made everyone's eyes light up. A few generals lowered their heads. That night, countless assassins held the belief that they would definitely die. They infiltrated the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's main camp. They wanted to assassinate the heavily injured Heavenly Emperor Wushang. However, without exception, they were discovered before they could even find Heavenly Emperor Wushang's tent. Then, they were all killed. A slender black figure was like a ghost in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's main camp. It was as if she was everywhere, everywhere. With just a wave of her hand, no matter what level of expert they were, they all died unjustly just like that. There was no exception. Such a sneaky assassination technique, when used in the main camp, was really successful. However, Imo was already burning with anxiety. She knew that the other party's patience was almost exhausted. It wouldn't take long. When the sky brightened and the other party discovered that all their assassins were dead, there was a high chance that the other party wouldn't be able to resist taking the risk and launching a strong attack. These people were originally a team that was close to madness and only came for revenge. Their patience right now was just a habit of being cautious as soldiers. Perhaps they only needed a small spark to completely ignite them. Meanwhile, the top experts on her side were all lying on the ground. If the other party really hardened their hearts and attacked from all directions, what should she do? No matter how strong she was, she couldn't possibly defend against the attacks of hundreds of thousands or millions of people. The night grew darker and darker. Imo was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth, unable to rest for even a moment. At this moment, there was suddenly a commotion at the entrance of the main camp. Imo tensed up and saw that the guards were already rushing over. Your Highness, there's a group of people at the entrance. The leader calls himself Imo Tianji and wants to see His Majesty. Imo suddenly felt weak all over and tears almost flowed out. The reinforcements she had been waiting for finally arrived. She couldn't help but exclaim in joy, "Quick, quick, invite them in." Then, she said, "No need. I'll go and welcome them personally." As she said that, she rushed out like a gust of wind. At this moment, if there was someone Imo wanted to see the most, it wasn't the Calamity Sword Master Chu Yang, but the resourceful Imo Tianji. Now, Imo Tianji, who had been missing for a long time, had finally arrived. Imo instantly felt that a huge rock in her heart had been lifted. Only now did she realize that it was really good to have these brothers. At the entrance, there were about a few hundred people standing quietly. The leader was wearing a moon-white robe and waving a folding fan in his hand. He had a handsome face and a carefree expression. He was tall and handsome. He was waiting with a smile on his face. It was Imo Tianji. "You're finally here." Imo welcomed them excitedly. "How can I not come when I have something to do?" Imo Tianji smiled and said, "I'm not the only one who's here. Many others are here too. Now, Luo Kadi and Rue Budong are also on their way. They'll probably be here by dawn at the latest. Other than Gu Duxing and Ao Xieyun, who are in the same situation as you and can't leave, even Xia Danqiong has left behind the matters at Imo Yunqian's side and is rushing here day and night." "Thank you. Thank you." Imo was so excited that she couldn't speak properly. "It's really good to have you guys." A voice laughed and said, "Sister Wushang, why are you so polite? We're family. Don't be so formal." Imo wiped her tears of excitement and looked towards the direction of the voice. She saw a girl in white winking mischievously at her. Who else could it be other than Chu Luer? This surprise was no small matter. Imo rushed forward and hugged Chu Luer tightly. She was so happy. At such a difficult time, not only did her brothers come, but she even had a close friend who could talk to her. This was really meticulous. Imo Tianji raised his eyebrows and looked at Imo strangely. He said, "Let's go in and talk." "Yes, yes." Imo said happily, "I'm so happy that I even forgot the most basic manners. Everyone, Please come in. She hurriedly led the group into the camp. At this moment, she felt relaxed all over. Mo Tianji couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The all-powerful young black demon back then was now a peak saint. Ming Ming was already used to seeing joys and sorrows, used to seeing life and death. But now, because of Dong Wushang, she became so helpless. It seemed that love could really change a person. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, it was the same. He wanted to say something to lighten the mood, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't think of a suitable joke. He thought, if only GMO and Luo Ku Di were here. After entering the tent, he naturally checked on Dong Wushang and Jimo's injuries first. After a round of inspection, Mo Tianji frowned. Dong Wushang's injuries were slightly better, and he could already sit up. When he saw Mo Tianji, he was overjoyed. Don't worry about me. Take a look at GMO first. What should we do? He's still unconscious now. Mo Tianji didn't hide his worried expression. He said, Jimo's injuries are too serious this time. I can't do anything. Now, the only person who can make him lively again is Boss. Where is Boss? Dong Wushang was shocked. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. The worst thing is, he's probably not in the Heaven Imperial Court now, huh? Dong Wushang exclaimed in shock. He was stunned. I don't know where he went. Maybe he went to the Heaven Imperial Court. I don't know when he'll come back. He's been gone for more than a year. The Heaven Imperial Court is the only place where my Tianji Intelligence Department can't reach. Mo Tianji sighed. He didn't expect that there would be no news of Chu Yang at all. He actually stayed in the Heaven Imperial Court for such a long time. If Chu Yang still didn't come back, and Jimo's injuries couldn't be delayed, what should they do? Dong Wushang's face suddenly became very sad. Now, we can only think of a way to extend Jimo's life. Hopefully, we can delay until Boss comes back. Mo Tianji shook his head helplessly. He stuffed a heavy pill into Dong Wushang's and Jimo's mouths. He said, Wushang, tell me more about the situation. There must be some secrets during this period. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't have developed to this point. Dong Wushang took a deep breath and said, This matter is rather complicated. However, I finally know one of the places that nurtures the myriad saints' true spirit. Mo Tianji raised his head. Huh, how did you know? Is the source reliable? Where is the destination? Chapter 25:19. Mo Tianji's peak saint-level divine sense instantly enveloped the entire tent. Mo Tianji was confident that whatever he said inside would not be leaked. Even if the spy was a super expert who was several levels higher than him, it would be impossible for him to spy on everything that was enveloped by his divine sense without alerting him. After hearing Dong Wushang's words, even with Mo Tianji's composure, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Mo Tianji asked himself, even if I were Zue Wuqing and used my family to threaten him, would I be able to escape Zue Wuqing's tragic fate? Mo Tianji had no confidence at all. Mo Tianji had always been calm, but he was definitely not cold-blooded. The same familial chains were equally effective on him. Everyone else present gnashed their teeth in hatred. Who would have thought that the heavenly emperor who ruled over a part of the world actually had such a tragic past? And such a tragic experience actually haunted the heavenly emperor Wu Qing for his entire life, unable to escape even when he died. Cloudmaster, Mo Tianji muttered. Cloudmaster. This Cloudmaster is really a peerless scum. A peerless scoundrel. Chu Lu'er, who was standing at the side, was so angry that her face was flushed red. She cursed repeatedly, which was something she rarely did. If this bastard falls into my hands, I'll definitely poison him for 1,000,000 years. I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death for 1,000,000 years before letting him die. I have always killed all my enemies with a single slash. I will never drag things out and make others suffer. Dong Wushang also gritted his teeth and said, but when I heard about this, I suddenly felt that if Guru Yun dies a quick and painless death one day, even I won't be able to forgive myself. I really want to cut him into pieces. Mo Tianji smiled coldly and said, that's a given. If such a person can still die a good death, then the heavens are blind. Then, he said, is the 10,000 Saints' true spirit's base in the heavenly stem mountains forest of terror? He frowned and said, there are a total of 3 bases like this? The whereabouts of the other 2 are unknown? He stood up and paced around, his mind quickly organizing all the information. He nodded slowly and said, I see. The most important thing now is first. It was to resolve the crisis before them as quickly as possible. Let the ultimate heaven truly enter his hands. Second, even if they couldn't stabilize Jimo's injuries, they still had to prolong his life until boss arrived. Third, secretly mobilizing manpower, the heavenly stem mountain. Oh no, not yet. Mo Tianji quickly vetoed the third proposal and said, I still need to think about this. If they were to take down the heavenly stem mountain base at this time, it might alert the enemy and cause panic in the other 2 bases. What if they were to break up and wander about in the martial world? That way, it'll be even harder to deal with. But if we don't kill it as soon as possible, how will the other 2 find the relevant clues? With Mo Tianji's intelligence, at this moment, he couldn't make up his mind. He felt that no matter what he did, he was at a loss. Mo Tianji finally realized Chu Yang's advantage at this moment. I'm not as good as Chu Yang when it comes to making prompt decisions. He couldn't help but sigh as he thought of this. It would be great if Big Brother Chu was here. He would only need to make the final decision. He wouldn't need to think twice. Even Mo Tianji couldn't make up his mind and didn't know what to do, let alone the others. Dong Wushang said blankly, anyway, we'll do it when you guys have made up your minds. Mo Tianji nodded. The most important problem now is, the saint obviously wants you to replace Zue Wuqing and become the new heavenly emperor of the extreme. As long as you really take that seat, the entire palace can seal you inside. When that happens, he will have endless means and opportunities to deal with you in the Empyrean terminus and turn you into a puppet like Zue Wuqing. With his strength and scheming mind, it won't be difficult for him to do that. Dong Wushang grinned and said, yes, my weakness is too obvious. As long as he holds Layer hostage, I'll have to give in no matter what. Bah, you make it sound better than singing. I really have. Layer was still angry. Halfway through her words, she pouted and turned her head to the side. What's going on? Sister Layer, you really have something? Chu Lu-er's eyes were filled with the light of gossip. Ask him. Layer pointed at Dong Wushang angrily. This heartless person. What is it? Could it be that Sister Layer is pregnant? Chu Lu-er's eyes were shining. No one knew how she made the connection, but she actually thought of that. Hearing this, Layer's face turned red. She grabbed Chu Lu-er and tickled her. Chu Lu-er begged for mercy. Dong Wushang saw that Mo Tianji's eyes were filled with gossip, and his face turned red. He laughed awkwardly and told them about what happened earlier. After Mo Tianji heard the whole story, he immediately took on the role of third elder brother. Fourth elder brother, I have to talk to you about this matter. Sister-in-law is right in picking out the truth. You are in the wrong in this matter. Dong Wushang humbly listened and said, yes. Mo Tianji said sanctimoniously, tell me, why are we looking for a wife? Isn't it to protect her? Love her? After marrying a wife, you have to treat her like a treasure. Everything else has to be secondary. Otherwise, why would she marry you? Am I right? Don't you think so? The more Dong Wushang listened, the more he scratched his head. He raised his head suspiciously. Even someone like him who didn't like to use his brain could feel Mo Tianji's motive. It didn't seem like Mo Tianji was lecturing him, but more like he was expressing his thoughts to someone. What's going on? Could it be, this guy is using me as a tool again? A wife needs to be coaxed and protected. How can you do this? You're too much. Mo Tianji looked at Dong Wushang in exasperation. Take me for example. I'm much better than you in this aspect. In my heart, Lu-er is a sacred and inviolable existence. Wushang, how can you do this? I've always. Cough. Okay. Layer rolled her eyes and said, Third brother Emo, stop. I forgive him. I've forgiven him. Okay? Please don't say anymore. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. She really couldn't take it anymore. This is unbearable. This is unbearable. This Emo Tianji is too much. He actually used my man to flaunt himself? Is this considered as helping me vent my anger? He's trying to anger me, right? Is there anyone who upholds justice like this? He's obviously using his position for personal gain. He's taking advantage of the opportunity to belittle others and elevate himself. This is called a brother? This is really, Lei, still has a good temper. Where can I find a wife like her? You still don't know how to cherish her. Emo Tianji said happily, Lei's temper is as good as Lu Er's. Wu Shang, why don't you cherish her like I do? You must learn from this in the future. Dong Wu Shang sat at the side with a black face. He thought, brothers are meant to be sold. This bastard. Third brother Emo, that's enough. The situation is so bad. How do you plan to deal with it? Emo Lei quickly changed the topic. It would turn into Emo Tianji blowing his own trumpet and trying to curry favor if he continued to speak like this. Well, we just need to stabilize ourselves. Emo Tianji sneered. Wait until Wu Shang recovers slightly. As long as he shows up, everything will be settled. The so-called millions of rebels will be nothing but smoke. They'll disappear in an instant. Big brother, you think too highly of me. How can I have that ability? How can I have that prestige? Dong Wu Shang was stunned. These are all Zue Wuqing's troops. How can it be smoke? What did you say? Who was talking about you? Emo Tianji looked at him strangely. How can you have that ability? Dong Wu Shang was stunned. You said that as long as I show up. Emo Tianji snorted and said, haha, I was actually talking about Cloud Lord. As long as you show up, Cloud Lord will definitely help since he's looking forward to you taking over the position of extreme celestial emperor. As long as he made a move, what problem would this scene before him be? It's just smoke. Dong Wu Shang was enlightened. He scratched his head and said, so that's what you mean. I understand now. Emo Tianji lectured him, fourth brother, you're going to be a celestial emperor in the future. Don't scratch your head so often. It's very undignified. How many times have you scratched your head since just now? It's too undignified. Dong Wu Shang was speechless. He wanted to cry. Fuck, I've never been mocked like this since I was young. You're actually mocking me like this. Just you wait. I'll take revenge on you when I get the chance. Emo Lair also had an unfriendly look in her eyes. She seemed to have used the legendary Black Blade many times. This was probably the so-called courting death. If Cloud Lord really shows up, he must have other tricks up his sleeve to lure me into his trap. Dong Wu Shang said. Of course. Emo Tianji rolled his eyes and said, Cloud Lord forced Zue Wuqing to death just to wait for you to take over. Then, he'll control your wife and make you betray your brothers. Everyone will become his puppet. Dong Wu Shang said angrily, Emo Tianji, you dare to underestimate me? Why would I betray my brothers? You're not as good as me in this aspect. Emo Tianji sighed and said, I'm willing to do anything for Lu'er. I can do anything. Dong Wu Shang was furious. Chapter 25-20. That's right. Dong Wu Shang nodded. I despise him. My wife is right. There's nothing more right. Emo Lair snorted and continued to ignore him. However, we have to take precautions against this. Emo Tianji didn't blush at all. He tapped his knee with his finger and said, How should we take precautions? Let's strike first. Emo Lair said fiercely, Let's gather our men and kill that Cloud Master. Won't that solve the problem once and for all? Everyone looked at Emo Lair in shock. Then, they lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Emo Tianji coughed and looked around. He started to observe the injured soldiers in the tent. His expression was very meaningful. His meaning was obvious. He didn't even spend much effort and defeated all of you. Yet, you still want to strike first. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Is this a complete extermination? This is a complete extermination plan. Imo Laer was so angry that her face flushed red. She felt that Imo Tianji was more hateful than Dong Wushang. More hateful. 100 times. 1,000 times more hateful. This bastard. What kind of person is this? What kind of person is this? He's even more infuriating when he doesn't speak. Something doesn't seem right. Imo Tianji pondered and said, that mysterious expert is most likely Master Yun himself. Since he came here before, he must have been paying attention to the movements here. It's impossible that he didn't notice your return. The two of you must be his main targets. Whether or not the new puppet Heavenly Emperor is controlled all depends on the two of you. But why? Why hasn't he come yet? Imo Tianji frowned. What's going on? Did something happen that we don't know about? Dong Wushang was also a little puzzled. No matter how they took precautions and blocked the news, the atmosphere in the camp was completely different from whether he was here or not. Cloud Master was so anxious to find him and control him. Why didn't he come? Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the sky. A figure brazenly landed in the camp, causing an uproar. Then, a deafening voice sounded. Wushang, are you okay? Everyone stood up at the same time. Boss is here. Everyone was inexplicably excited. Chu Yang's arrival at this critical juncture was like a meat pie falling from the sky. Everyone suddenly felt as if they had found their backbone. Even the meticulous Imo Tianji heaved a sigh of relief. This guy is finally here. Everyone went out to welcome him. He was surrounded by soldiers. Chu Yang and the three beauties stood side by side. Their faces were full of smiles as they looked in this direction. Boss, big brother. Chu Yang didn't have time to exchange pleasantries. He had already learned about Jimo's condition from Imo Tianji. So, he went to Jimo's bedside and clicked his tongue repeatedly. This guy is really going all out this time. Not many bones in his body are intact. In the past, I didn't know that this little one was so hard-working. You can't judge a book by its cover. After 3 days, I'm looking at you in a new light. Dong Wushang said guiltily. It's all because of me that GMO suffered such serious injuries. If we were in a different position, you would probably be more seriously injured than him. Chu Yang interrupted him and said, what's there to feel guilty about? What GMO did was what he should have done. If he didn't do this and let you and Lei be taken away, not to mention how we brothers would look at him, he would look down on himself. While he spoke, his hands didn't stop moving. The heaven-splitting divine technique activated the medicinal power of the heavy pill hidden in Jimo's body. At the same time, a whole bottle of Spring of Life was poured into Jimo's mouth. His 2 hands were like butterflies as he reconnected Jimo's broken bones one by one. Then, he forcefully activated the medicinal power to cover the broken bones, causing them to reconnect and recover quickly. Before Chu Yang came, without the protection of the Spring of Life, no one dared to act rashly. But now, seeing Chu Yang treating Jimo's injuries in such a bloody manner, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and this was just watching. If one could feel how painful it was, then how much pain would GMO really be in? Luckily, GMO was still unconscious. Otherwise, this guy would definitely be crying for his parents. It was fine to risk one's life for a friend, but if it was too painful and he didn't cry for his parents, that was definitely out of the question. This was GMO's character. He reconnected the broken bones that could be treated one by one. Following the medicinal power, he reconnected the meridians. Only when everything was healed did Chu Yang heave a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he took out the heaven-nourishing jade and melted a small piece in Jimo's mouth. Actually, this piece of heaven-nourishing jade was the most important part of this treatment. The timing of its use was also very crucial. If it was used too early, Jimo's bones wouldn't be fully treated and abnormalities would appear in them. It would be very difficult to correct them afterward. If it was used too late, Jimo's cultivation wouldn't be able to recover to its peak state, and it would be even more difficult for him to improve in the future. The heaven-nourishing jade could only be used at the right time to treat his bone injuries and meridians. When the effects of the heaven-nourishing jade were fully activated and spread throughout his body, Chu Yang took out a small piece of the big wonder medicine. Pinching open Jimo's mouth, He melted the medicine drop by drop and dripped it down his throat. The big wonder medicine drop exuded a strange fragrance. When it dripped into Jimo's mouth, it instantly turned into 7 colors and then disappeared in a flash. It was only the 3rd drop, but the unconscious GMO actually regained consciousness. In a daze, he said, "Damn it, why is it so itchy? It's so itchy. Who, quickly scratch me. It's so itchy. It's too damn unbearable." Seeing this, everyone cheered thunderously. They also understood that Chu Yang's actions had finally pulled Jimo's life back from the gates of hell. Itching. It was a sign that the wound was getting better. While everyone was cheering, GMO was already able to open his eyes. When he saw the person in front of him, he was stunned at first. "Boss? Why are you here? Where is this place? The Netherworld." "The Netherworld? I'm a good person. I can't go to hell, right?" Then, he was surprised. This is the military camp? I'm not dead? Why am I not dead?" Then, he screamed, "Ouch. It's so painful. Who the fuck treated my wound so rudely? Ouch. It's so painful and itchy. I'm going to die. It's so unbearable. Quickly scratch me. Scratch my ass." Chu Yang scolded, "Don't scratch. If you scratch those wounds, won't it be terrible?" "My flesh isn't itchy." GMO begged again and again. "It's my bones that itch. Oh my God. It's as if I'm raising ants in my bones. I can't live with this feeling." Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Even with GMO's cultivation, it was difficult to endure to this extent. It could be seen that the itch in his bones was extremely sharp. Chu Yang hardened his heart and fixed GMO's entire body from top to bottom, not allowing him to move. GMO's eyes rolled around as he begged repeatedly. He said all kinds of nice New Year's greetings, but no one paid him any attention. What was miserable beyond words, living a life worse than death? "Just look at GMO this time, and you'll understand everything. You'd better knock me out quickly." "Oh my God." GMO groaned. "I miss my unyielding second master G." Everyone chuckled in response. Since he knew how to talk nonsense, it seemed that his injuries were no longer a big problem. Only Big Brother could have so many heavenly treasures in his storage. If it were anyone else, GMO's injuries would be really worrying. "GMO, don't shout," Mo Tianji said with a serious face. "Just because you said to leave first, your 4th sister-in-law left with your 4th brother. Now, these two are quarreling so much that they're about to break off their relationship. We haven't even persuaded them yet." Mo Laer was surprised. "What the hell? What's this about? When did we quarrel? How did we break off our relationship? How can you, Mo Tianji, speak without thinking?" Sure enough, GMO was instantly filled with righteous indignation. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "Dong Wushang, you bastard, how can you do this? How can you hit and scold your wife? Are you still a man? I've treated Alba very well. I've never been angry with her. No matter what, I've always given in to her. Why can't you learn from me? You actually fought with your wife." You. I despise you." Mo Laer held her forehead with one hand. "Sure enough, he's also like this. If we're not family, we won't enter the same house." They're indeed sworn brothers. Other than belittling others and praising himself, there's really nothing else to say. That's right. Jimo's words are crude but reasonable. Chu Yang said seriously, "Wushang, I have to talk to you about this. Layer is so good to you. Such a good girl can marry you. It's your good fortune that you've accumulated for several generations. How can you be like this? No matter what, even if you don't know how to make your wife happy, you can learn from me. Look at me as the big brother. I've always been so considerate to my wives. With me as your role model, you still quarrel with your wife. It's really embarrassing for me as the big brother. You have to learn from this lesson." Mo Laer coughed repeatedly. Her forehead was full of black lines. She finally knew where the root of the problem was. It turned out that the root was here. This was how role models should be set. His brothers were all very proficient in learning from him. Chu Yang, GMO, and Mo Tianji joined forces to condemn Dong Wushang in speech and in writing. They ruthlessly stomped on his face. Chu Luer, Emo Qing Wu, Tai Bu Tian, and Wu Qian Qian couldn't close their mouths. That's right. Our men are still the best. The sky was still dark. Luo Ku Di and Rue Bu Tong arrived one after the other. After learning about the situation, they let go of their worries. Under Emo Tianji's unintentional instigation, the two of them also joined in to criticize Dong Wushang for quarreling with his wife. They said that Dong Wushang wasn't as magnanimous as them, that he didn't love his wife as much as them, and so on. What they meant was, with someone like you quarreling with your wife, all the brothers are deeply ashamed to be associated with you. Chapter 25-21. Emo Lei who couldn't take it anymore, finally couldn't take it anymore and jumped out to fight for her husband. Everyone had a war of words, each with their own opinions. After a round of commotion, Emo Lei angrily pulled Dong Wushang and started to act as a loving couple. Then, everyone said that it was fake and too pretentious. They all said that Emo Lei was deliberately putting on an act and obviously didn't really forgive him. She was just trying to deceive them and then praised herself again. Emo Lei who was really angry, turned her head and pressed her lips against Dong Wushang's big mouth without any pretense. That meant, this should be enough to prove it, right? Obviously, the strength of this proof was still very strong. For a moment, whistles and cheers rang out from all directions. Some were clapping, and some were clapping, and all were in high spirits. Everyone didn't hide their glances at Dong Wushang and laughed loudly. Dong Wushang's eyes also revealed an extremely rare sly smile. Only then did Emo Lei realize that she had been tricked by a bunch of traitors. Unable to suppress her embarrassment, she immediately turned and ran away. Only then did everyone truly feel relieved. The storm between husband and wife this time was finally over, and the sky cleared up. Was the brother more important, or the wife more important? This question was a dead knot in the hearts of all the brothers' wives. They clearly knew that they shouldn't compare, but the women just had to compare. This was like the most annoying question for men. The wife just had to ask, am I more important, or is your mother more important? They bet that when every man heard this question, their first reaction was to beat the woman up. Wasn't this purely unreasonable? But although this question was unreasonable, the women didn't get tired of it. They just had to drive the men to the point of madness. Dong Wushang was the first to encounter such a thing, but they might also encounter it in the future. When that time came, they might really have to rely on this bunch of bad friends to save the day. The women gathered to the side to talk privately. Only then did the men heave a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and muttered helplessly, "Sigh. Women are women. Well, what should we do now? What should we do specifically?" Rue Butong and Luo Kadi asked anxiously. They were the last to arrive. By the time they arrived, what was supposed to happen had already happened, and what was supposed to end had already ended. However, the frustration in their hearts did not lessen at all. Ever since they arrived, they had been filled with laughter. But as long as they saw GMO and Dong Wushang's miserable state, the two of them couldn't restrain the rage in their hearts. So much so that Rue Butong had long since made up his mind. How dare you hurt my old brother like this? Damn it, I'll just reincarnate here again. If one time isn't enough, I'll reincarnate twice. If 2 times isn't enough, I'll do it 3 times. I'll always risk my life to fight with that Cloud Lord. Let's see who's going to die first. For now, hold back our troops to avoid alerting the enemy. Chu Yang looked at Luo Kudi meaningfully and said, "We'll wait for Lord Saint Monarch to react, and then we'll make our move." "Oh, Luo Kudi, why do you smell so good? What's going on?" Luo Kudi's face immediately turned red. He touched his body uneasily and took a sniff of his sleeve. Then, he said, "What's that fragrance? Is it really that fragrant?" His incoherent words attracted the attention of the other brothers. "It's really fragrant," the others said in unison. Cough, cough. Luo Kudi coughed repeatedly, but didn't say anything for a long time. "Quickly tell us the truth." Mo Tianji assumed the posture of a judge. "What's going on? What's going on?" Under everyone's gaze, Luo Ku shrunk his neck in embarrassment for a long time. Suddenly, he puffed out his chest, raised his head, and said, "What's the big deal? I'll tell you. I'll also tell you that my spring has arrived." Ah. Chu Yang and the others were immediately stunned by his bold words. Spring has arrived? What does that mean? Could it be, I've also found my love? Although Luo Kudi's face was a little red, he still finished his sentence. Like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, he said again, "I have a woman." Chu Yang, Imo Tianji, Rui Budong, and the others looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know how to react. Actually, Luo Kudi once had a fiancée. That was when he was 3 days old. It was set by his clan. But later on, he suffered a blow. That woman had someone else in mind. When she told Luo Kudi face to face, Luo Kudi readily agreed to break off the engagement. That woman actually dared to tell him that she had someone else in mind. It was obvious that she had feelings for someone else. If he continued to force it, wouldn't he be a bully? Moreover, forcing a woman who didn't love him to stay by his side was also a very dangerous thing. However, Luo Kudi was depressed for a long time because of this matter. She should be his woman, but she didn't have him in her eyes. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. He also became more hardworking and crazy in his cultivation. It was only after a long time that he was no longer so silent. Although the brothers were well aware of this matter, they didn't know how to comfort him. They could only avoid talking about it. Therefore, no one mentioned this matter. But no one would have thought that Luo Kudi would actually find his long-awaited spring here. Is this real or fake? Where is it? Did you do something real? Chu Yang and Imo Tianji's eyes lit up. Did you bring it back? If it's nearby, quickly call it out. Dong Wushang, who was half lying on the bed, made Imo lay or shoot a cold look in from outside the tent. Fourth brother will help you investigate. Humph, Luo Kudi raised his chin. How can I not bring it back? It's outside now. She came with me this time. Let me tell you, she's also an expert. Really? Chu Yang was even more curious. Fourth mother. Luo Kudi opened his mouth and howled. His voice traveled far. But when Chu Yang and Imo Tianji heard this howl, they staggered. Dong Wushang, who was half lying on the bed, was also stunned. GMO, who had just woken up and was itching all over, was also suddenly stunned. Rui Budong, too, was instantly confused. Fourth mother? Luo Kudi actually called his wife fourth mother. What was this? Where did this come from? Fourth brother is Dong Wushang. Okay, so what if he wants to usurp the throne? This howl really didn't seem to match the time, place, and character. Didn't he see that fourth sister-in-law Imo lay or was over there? Did he want to die? Luo Kudi turned around and saw the expressions on the faces of his bad friends. He instantly understood and couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. He said, "You bunch of dirty bastards. I called her fourth mother just now, not fourth mother. What are you thinking? Isn't that fourth mother?" Jimo's mouth twitched. "I already said that you guys were thinking blindly. She's a sacrificial offering." Luo Kudi said angrily, "Sacrificial lady, do you understand? A bunch of perverts." Chu Yang's and Imo Tianji's mouths closed with a kacha sound as they silently nodded. This sacrificial offering was different from the other four. Sure enough, everyone was thinking the wrong way. But can you blame us for this? When a weirdo finds a wife, he also finds a weirdo. She's a good girl, but she actually calls herself sacrificial lady. It's too ambiguous, actually. It's not that big of a deal. GMO sighed. I'm already very happy that you didn't find a man. I've been worried about this all this time. What if you lose confidence in that thing? Get lost. Luo Kudi roared furiously. Under Luo Kudi's call, a voice suddenly sounded. I'm here. Chu Yang, Imo Tianji, and the others, who longed to hear a graceful voice, elegant, fresh, clear, sweet, and so on, shuddered. It seemed that not only was this voice not light and graceful at all, it was also not elegant at all. Instead, it had a strange feeling of hoarseness. This hoarseness was more like a wolf's vocal cords being torn apart. This was a girl's voice? Unexpectedly, Luo Ku Di had a satisfied and complacent smile on his face. He grinned and said, "Do you know, the moment I heard her voice, I fell in love with her. I couldn't help but fall in love with her. Oh, whoa, this voice is too beautiful to me." Chu Yang and Imo Tianji's faces were as red as dates. Black lines appeared on their foreheads. Dong Wushang and GMO, who were seriously injured and bedridden, felt that they were about to faint. But why couldn't they faint? Rue Butong, who boasted that he had an indestructible nirvana body, keenly felt that he was going to die. It was so disgusting. Even his indestructible body was useless this time. In an instant, a graceful figure flashed and appeared in front of everyone. This was a woman. This could be seen from her figure. She was very tall, very graceful, and had exquisite curves. All these indicated that this was a woman. Moreover, it was a woman with a very outstanding figure. This was absolutely not the slightest bit similar to the voice just now. However, this woman was wearing a huge wolf mask on her face. She bared her fangs and was extremely ferocious. She nodded to everyone as a sign. Chu Yang coughed. Imo Tianji also coughed. Even Rue Butong, Dong Wushang, and GMO, who had just woken up, all coughed dryly at the same time. This was the so-called fake cough. It was as if everyone had collectively contracted pneumonia at this moment. Luo Kudi's face was full of smiles. "It's okay. Put down the mask. These are my best brothers. Other than you, who can't be shared with them, the rest of them are mine." This sentence was quite pleasing to the ear. However, the following words were very unpleasant. "Of course, what's mine is still mine. Although they are all perverts and speak flirtatiously when they see a beauty, and will definitely be stunned when they see you later, they will definitely be jealous and hate me. But at least they know that they can't covet a friend's wife. Even if they really covet your beauty, I will stop them. I will protect you, for life, until the end of time. Until the seas dry up and the rocks decay. This will never change," Luo Ku Di said with certainty. Chapter 25-22. Who's a pervert? Who would flirt when they see a beauty? Who would covet your wife? It's only been a few days and Luo Kadi has already lost his ability to speak. What kind of nonsense is he spouting? Not to mention anything else, just based on that voice just now, how can we covet her? What kind of people does he take us for? Okay. The hoarse voice answered and then took off the mask. Chu Yang and the rest looked over at the same time. She was a sister-in-law, so she should look at her openly. They had to admit that she was a beauty. Moreover, she was an outstanding beauty. In terms of level, she was definitely one of the best. There was no doubt about that. It was just that this sister-in-law seemed to be a little different from ordinary beauties. It was just that she was too heroic. Square cheeks, cold and sharp gaze, valiant standing posture, stubborn facial features, unusually neatly tied hair. Rather than calling him a beauty, it would be better to call him an excessively beautiful man. She was actually an extremely feminine beauty. Rather than beautiful, it was better to say that she was very, very, very handsome. "Hello, brothers." This beautiful priest lady cupped her fists. She was really heroic and valiant. "I'm priest lady. Please give me your guidance." The moment he cupped his fists and opened his mouth, he was truly imposing, majestic, and mighty. He looked like a true man of iron and blood. Chu Yang laughed dryly. You're welcome. Hello, priest lady." Imo Tianji's eyes were also a little dazed. He nodded repeatedly. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha. Luo Kadi is really lucky to have found such a good sister-in-law. Cough. He was only halfway through when GMO coughed behind him and said, "I'm so itchy." "All of you don't have to say things that go against your conscience. It's too fake." Priest lady waved her hand casually. "We're all brothers. Don't be so hypocritical. We're good men of the martial world, and we're all about being like-minded. Although I'm not ugly, I'm not a beauty either. I'm self-aware of this. But, as a good man of the martial world, I think I'm quite qualified. Miss, good man, true man." Dong Wushang gave her a thumbs up. I like your character. The sacrificial lady opened her mouth and laughed. How forthright. Too motherfucking manly. No, it should be too motherfucking girly. The corners of Chu Yang and Imo Tianji's mouths twitched at the same time. Then, they enthusiastically invited their brother's wife to sit down. Sacrificial lady. GMO, who was lying on the side, suddenly let out a sorrowful sigh filled with longing. When I heard you speak, I suddenly thought of my wife. Dong Wushang and Rue Butong spurted out simultaneously. Get lost. Luo Ku-di said angrily. Do you think I'm like you? Humph. My wife is a big shot with a big background. Do you know that there's an organization called Wolves of Heaven in this Heaven Imperial Court? Everyone nodded in agreement. This was definitely not an act. It was truly a thunderous name. This Wolves of Heavenly Imperial Court was definitely a renowned native organization in Heaven Pass. Everyone here was well informed. How could they not know about this notorious but extremely powerful bandit organization? My wife is the alpha wolf of the Wolves of Heavenly Imperial Court. Luo Kudi's very, very proud words had directly shocked everyone, causing them to be bewildered. Such a beautiful woman was actually the alpha wolf? Now, our nicknames have also changed, but it's even more appropriate now. Luo Kudi said proudly, the two of us are called the male and female wolf emperors. Cough, 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 cough. In the tent, there was a series of coughs. The brothers covered their bellies at the same time. After all, they couldn't go overboard in front of their new sister-in-law. They were really embarrassed to laugh out loud. But it was really too funny. They couldn't take it anymore. Oh, I'm so itchy. GMO made a sound that didn't seem to be in much pain. Actually, even though it was still itchy now, it was already much, much better. However, if he didn't use this excuse to make a sound, GMO was afraid that his old injury would relapse due to the explosive laughter. Then, it wouldn't be worth it. So, he might as well do it once. After the introduction, the sacrificial lady sat down graciously. She really wasn't petty at all. She was very generous. I say, how did the two of you know each other? Imo Tianji tried to find something to talk about. Back then, our heavenly armament pavilion robbed everywhere. Intentionally or unintentionally, we robbed the wolves of Tian, Quebec. Therefore, they weren't convinced. They always came to find trouble with me. Luo Kudi beamed with joy. I couldn't beat her in the past. But after Imo Yuntian returned, she wasn't my opponent anymore. I beat her up. Then, the two of us rolled down the cliff at the same time. Luo Kudi gestured. Why don't you tell the truth? Who wasn't your opponent? The sacrificial lady retorted. You also said that we are all brothers here. Why can't you tell the truth? It was obviously you who couldn't beat me. So, when we were about to lose, you carried me and jumped down the cliff. Luo Kudi nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was like that. Then, the two of us were injured at the bottom of the cliff. We couldn't go up for a while. It was quite lonely. As he said this, he glanced at GMO. Damn. GMO was furious. Why are the two of you looking at me when you're lonely? What does your loneliness have to do with me? Cough, cough. Luo Kudi coughed dryly and said, then, after a few days at the bottom of the cliff, we realized that for some reason, we actually slept together. I really didn't know what was going on at that time. Ouch! Luo Kudi cried out in pain. The sacrificial lady had already taken over the conversation and said, at that time, everyone was bored to death. So, we got to know each other and felt that we were quite compatible. So, we decided to be together for life. That's all. Nothing else. Chu Yang, Imo Tianji, and the others let out a "oh" at the same time. It was very meaningful. Hearing this "oh," even the self-proclaimed iron-blooded sacrificial lady couldn't help but blush. It was unknown whether it was out of embarrassment or out of embarrassment. Without hiding it, she glared fiercely at Chu Yang and Imo Tianji. Not to mention anything else, just this glare was really manly. So, from then on, the two of us were together. Luo Kudi said matter-of-factly, anyway, She doesn't have a husband and I don't have a wife. Together, it was a match made in heaven. Besides, my first time, her first time. At this point, there was a scream. The embarrassed sacrificial lady had kicked him out. Chu Yang and the others wanted to laugh, but were too embarrassed to do so. They huffed and puffed as they tried to hold it in. It was really very tiring. Dong Wushang finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He actually forced himself to stand up. His cultivation hadn't recovered, so his ability to hold back his laughter was naturally not as good as the others. Although GMO was more seriously injured than him, he still had the itch to offset his laughter. Instead, he was the one who had the most endurance to fight. Dong Wushang struggled to stand up, but moving was really too tiring. Mo Lei just happened to walk in and hurriedly went over to help him. You guys discuss. I have to go and rest. Lei is also very tired these few days. Anyway, with you guys here, we can relax. When you guys are done discussing, I'll do whatever you say. Using my brain is really not my job. Dong Wushang said with a silly smile. He had to avoid this place and find a place to vent his laughter. Otherwise, he would really go crazy from laughing at this pair of wolf kings. Yes? Chu Yang suddenly realized and took out a bottle of Spring of Life. Drink this later and then sleep with Lei. Your injuries should be more or less healed. Before he finished speaking, he saw Mo Lei's face suddenly turn red. She spat out a mouthful of saliva. Beside them, GMO and Luo Kadi seemed to be unable to hold it in anymore and started laughing maniacally. Obviously, Chu Yang's words completely ignited everyone's laughter. Chu Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Thinking back, he realized that his words seemed to have an obvious meaning. It was hard not to be misunderstood. First, he gave Dong Wushang a bottle of medicine and then warned him to sleep with Lei. This sentence seemed really a little inappropriate. For a moment, even with Chu Yang's thick skin, he couldn't help but blush. He explained awkwardly, I didn't mean that. This is a bottle of Spring of Life. It's not that. Wushang doesn't need that. Don't misunderstand. Everyone, don't misunderstand. Bah. Mo Lei didn't dare to listen anymore. She snatched the Spring of Life from Chu Yang's hand and spat out a mouthful of saliva. She pulled Dong Wushang and disappeared from the tent with a whoosh. Only a bunch of detestable fellows who were laughing so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen. Luo Kadi and the rest were laughing so hard that their bodies were twitching. They were patting their stomachs, thighs, and buttocks. GMO was laughing so hard that the bones that had just been reconnected creaked. He felt a piercing pain, but he still couldn't help but continue laughing. Chu Yang was extremely innocent. He said unjustly, I really didn't mean that. Early morning of the second day. When the bodies of those killers were thrown out of the camp, there was an obvious commotion in the opposing army. They had already predicted that they wouldn't return for a night, and now, there were so many bodies that confirmed their prediction even more. They had all been killed. All troops, pay attention. A loud shout rang out, all troops, prepare to attack. Avenge His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. Avenge our dead comrades. Boom. The million-strong army answered in unison, their voices shaking the world. Just as Mo Lei predicted, the deaths of these killers were the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Extreme Heaven army finally couldn't take it anymore. Swords were unsheathed and arrows were nocked. It seemed like this battle was already destined to be unavoidable. At this moment, a burly figure appeared in front of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's camp. Great Emperor Wushang. Dong Wushang stood out with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the million-strong army as if he didn't see them. Chapter 25-23. I won't say anything about accepting defeat. It's meaningless. Dong Wushang's voice was filled with determination and battle intent. If you want to fight, we'll accompany you anytime. Accepting defeat. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. When Heavenly Emperor Merciless fought with Heavenly Emperor Wushang, they had agreed beforehand that the winner would be king. Even though Heavenly Emperor Merciless had already died, that was still the promise he made. It was also the last command the Heavenly Emperor of Ruthlessness gave to his subordinates in this life. Tens of millions of people could bear witness to this. Promises and orders would not change because of anything or for any reason. If they fought with Wu Shang's army now, it was equivalent to going against Heavenly Emperor Merciless' last order. The few generals leading the army were struggling fiercely. Their faces were full of sweat, and their lips were trembling. However, their eyes finally turned cold. The general in purple raised his hand, and his eyes became more and more cruel and bloodthirsty. Obviously, the moment his hand fell, it was the signal for the two armies to officially start the war. He did not want to change his original intention, even if it was Heavenly Emperor Merciless' last order. I can also reject this order. When the general is outside, the monarch has his own orders. I must take revenge for Heavenly Emperor Merciless. However, at this critical moment, a voice suddenly came from midair. Stop! Golden light suddenly shone in the sky. A sacred and inviolable light spread rapidly, forming a circle of light. It was as if a god had descended into the world at this moment. A person wearing a bright yellow robe and a crown appeared in midair with his hands behind his back. Beside and behind him, there were also ceremonial guards who bowed. They were densely packed. There were no less than a few hundred people. What a grand style! However, everyone's eyes were only focused on him. It was as if he was born with the charisma to become the center of attention. Naturally, all the attention was gathered on him. Your Majesty Saint. Everyone in the extreme Heaven Imperial Army immediately knelt down and saluted. Hundreds of generals cried out, Your Majesty Saint, please uphold justice for Heavenly Emperor Merciless. This person was, of course, the supreme ruler of the Heaven Imperial Court, the only saint, Cloudmaster. Cloudmaster sighed softly. He said, Everyone, please rise. This seat is very clear about the loyalty and passion of the generals. This seat also completely understands your feelings. I'm proud of Heavenly Emperor Wuqing. Although he is dead now, he still has you loyal subordinates. This is precisely the embodiment of the Heavenly Emperor emotionless personal charm that ordinary people find hard to imagine. In terms of feelings, this seat should indeed take revenge for Heavenly Emperor Emotionless. After all, we were both Heavenly Emperors for 1,000,000 years, and we were also friends who went through life and death together. You've made my heart ache. But logically speaking, I can't do that. Heavenly Emperor Emotionless already made a promise before the final battle. The winner is king. The Heavenly Emperor of Heartless has always been a man of his word. Now that he's dead, how can we let his final promise become a joke? Isn't this the greatest blasphemy to the heartless Heavenly Emperor? The sage's words. It was reasonable. All the soldiers had tears in their eyes at this moment. His Majesty Heavenly Emperor Merciless died in a fair battle. As I said before, the living have no regrets, the dead have no regrets, the winner is king. All of you. As the most loyal subordinates of Heavenly Emperor Emotionless, do you want Heavenly Emperor Emotionless to be humiliated after his death? At this point, the 3,000,000 Heavenly Emperor Emotionless soldiers felt what the sage was going to do. All of them had tears in their eyes, and a strong sense of powerlessness arose in their hearts. This seat is here today. I'm here to carry out Heavenly Emperor Emotionless wishes and announce to the world that Dong Wushang is the Extreme Sky Heavenly Emperor, known as Heavenly Emperor Wushang. From now on, Heavenly Emperor Wushang will be the ruler of Extreme Sky. I hope that we can see a more peaceful Extreme Heaven, and not one filled with war and war. The sage's words were very heavy, and even full of gunpowder. It faintly revealed the hegemony of those who followed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. Thank you, Lord Sage, for upholding justice. Although Dong Wushang hated this sage to the bones, at this time, he still had to show a sincere attitude to express his gratitude. Heavenly Emperor Wushang is too polite. Master Yun showed a warm and amiable smile in a ball of golden light. From now on, Extreme Sky will depend on Heavenly Emperor Wushang. I hope Heavenly Emperor Wushang can take revenge and glorify Extreme Sky. Dong Wushang agreed and said loudly, Heavenly Emperor emotionless soldiers, listen up. Today, I announce that I'm having a fair battle with Heavenly Emperor emotionless. The living have no regrets, and the dead have no regrets. I admire everyone's loyalty, so I'll take my leave for now. I can promise that everyone here won't blame me. Everyone, stay in your original positions. I won't pursue this matter. Then, Dong Wushang announced a series of government and military orders. These were all written by Mo Tianji in an hour's time. Even if it wasn't said that every word was like a gem, it was more or less the same. Dong Wushang recited it for a long time, but he could still only understand a part of it. Now that he said it here, he really couldn't describe the original meaning. Many words were simply forgotten and changed by himself. Fortunately, the meaning was similar, and there weren't any major mistakes. But Mo Tianji still frowned as he listened from behind. How did Dong Wushang turn a proper Heavenly Emperor inauguration speech into something like a bandit gathering? Mo Tianji frowned. I've put in so much effort, but it's completely useless now. It doesn't even have the slightest bit of my original flavor. What the hell? Everyone laughed in unison. Whether it was the inauguration of the Heavenly Emperor or the bandit gathering, this battle didn't happen under Master Yun's watch. Dong Wushang could be considered to have truly obtained the official recognition of Extreme Sky. At this moment, there were many things waiting to be done. They just had to wait for a little recovery before holding an inauguration ceremony. Then, everything would be considered to be in order. But before that, Dong Wushang could already use the identity of Extreme Sky Emperor to give orders. Everything had finally taken a step forward, stumbling and bumping. As the Heavenly Emperor emotionless soldiers reluctantly retreated, the Wushang Heavenly Army finally entered Wushang City. Almost immediately, someone suggested to change the name of this city to Wushang City. This suggestion was reasonable. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings a new ruler. The fall of a ruler also signified the rise of another ruler. The rise of a new ruler, even if it didn't erase the previous ruler's traces, would inevitably destroy the previous ruler's symbolic things. There was no exception to this. Drunken Wu Qing's name was Wu Shang, and it was passed down as Wu Shang. Even the name of the capital was Wu Shang. Now that Dong Wushang was the ruler of this place, there was no reason to use the old name. Everyone thought that there was nothing wrong with this suggestion. But unexpectedly, Dong Wushang firmly rejected this suggestion. This city shall be called Wushang City, and it will never change. Dong Wushang said, Heavenly Emperor Wushang was a good man, and he deserves to be remembered by everyone. I don't want to erase his traces. If this action came from Chu Yang or Mo Tianji, there was a high chance that it was utilitarian in fame. But from Dong Wushang, it was completely sincere. After understanding the sorrowful life of Heavenly Emperor Wushang, he finally died in a heroic battle. There were many indescribable feelings in Dong Wushang's heart. But his firm rejection made all the heavenly soldiers of Wushang feel a lot better. To these people, Dong Wushang's action, whether or not it was to win people's hearts, was good. As long as the traces of Heavenly Emperor Wushang weren't erased, it was worth it. Even if it was to win people's hearts, this action was done beautifully. When entering Wushang City, Chu Yang and the others naturally wouldn't show their faces. They deliberately hid their strength and mixed in with the guards. Everyone entered together, and everything went smoothly. The army entered, and the military power was established. Next, it was naturally to take over the political power. A small half of the Heavenly Emperor Wushang's military officials resigned on the spot. With Mo Tianji's various methods, he persuaded them one by one with emotion and reason. Finally, he managed to keep 70 to 80% of them. As for the rest, he couldn't keep them and could only send them away regretfully. A loyal official would not serve two masters. Regardless of anything else, these people who had voluntarily resigned from their positions were worthy of being retained based on their strength of character. If they could be retained, they would be retained. If they couldn't be retained, Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others would only respect them even more. As for those who warmly welcomed Heavenly Emperor Wushang's ascension, Dong Wushang always looked at them from the corner of his eyes. Under Mo Tianji and Chu Yang's management, most of these people were removed from their positions. There was also a small portion who had their entire family wiped out. Dong Wushang had a very stubborn thought in his heart. Those who were loyal to their previous master couldn't be that bad. As for those who couldn't wait to change sides and sing praises, no matter how strong they are, I won't use them. I didn't know you before this. Do you know who I am and what abilities I have? Why should you support me? No matter what, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang led you for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if it was a short time, it should have been at least a few thousand years. You don't have any nostalgia? Such a cold-blooded person. Even if you have the talent to rule the world, what can you do? It had to be said that this kind of thinking was more than enough to measure a hero. However, it was definitely not suitable for ruling a country. It was even less suitable for being a heavenly emperor. However, the most awesome thing about Dong Wushang was that he never wanted to be a heavenly emperor. At best, he was just here to make a transition. It was just to complete the heavenly mission of killing the heavenly demons. That was all. Sitting on the heavenly emperor's seat under someone else's, but especially under the control of a saint monarch's subordinates, was very uncomfortable. Moreover, there were all kinds of hidden dangers. If not for this, Dong Wushang wouldn't have become a heavenly emperor. As for after killing the heavenly demons, Chapter 25-24. Dong Wushang immediately turned into a military maniac who trained his troops with all his might after making a bold and decisive reorganization. The entire process took him less than 3 days. This was how swift and decisive he was. As for other government affairs, Dong Wushang didn't care about them at all. If I don't care about government affairs, I'll let whoever wants to care. Chu Yang and the others were annoyed by this. You're the fucking heavenly emperor. If you don't care, who else will? Dong Wushang threw the Extreme Heaven Imperial Jade Seal into Mo Tianji's arms. You're my third brother. You help me. Even if you don't do it, I won't do it. It doesn't matter if it's completely ruined. I'll only care about training the troops. I'll only care about having a strong army to enter purple cloud heavens. I'm not interested in anything else. Mo Tianji was so angry that his nose was crooked. However, in the face of such a hands-off boss, even Mo Tianji, who was as wise as the sea and as profound as a mountain, was also at his wits' end and helpless. Dong Wushang could ignore it, but he himself couldn't, right? He could only transfer a guy from his intelligence department who was in charge of overall planning to the Extreme Heaven Imperial Jade Seal and appoint him as the Prime Minister. This new Prime Minister used to be Mo Tianji's right-hand man. He had the same high position and authority. He was also under one person and above many people. He was a great talent, but now, in order to let Mo Tianji escape, he didn't hesitate to sell out his right-hand man. Fortunately, this new Prime Minister was addicted to being an official. Although he was under one person and above many people in the past, he didn't have any official recognition. Now that he suddenly became the Prime Minister of a heavenly emperor, he became complacent and started to deal with government affairs as if his butt was on fire. Under Mo Tianji's watch, he quickly got to work like a fish in water. Because of this, there was even a joke. The new Extreme Heaven Heavenly Emperor, Dong Wushang, didn't know the name of this new Prime Minister. When he saw him, he naturally greeted him with, "Hey, who's that?" The military officials were all dissatisfied and complained about this. However, no matter what, this Lord Heavenly Emperor still gave everyone too much space to display their abilities. He completely delegated the authority to let everyone display their abilities. This could also be considered a benefit, right? Also, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor vigorously reorganized the army and intended to restore the glory of the Purple Heavenly Imperial Palace. This was also a heroic act. Therefore, everyone adopted a tolerant attitude towards the Celestial Emperor's inaction. Even during the enthronement ceremony, Dong Wushang had only said, "I think so." It could be omitted. Xie Danqiong had rushed here from hundreds of thousands of miles away. He hadn't even sat down properly when he heard these words. Back then, I held such a grand ceremony. How can you omit it here? Where do you place me? What was even more infuriating was what Dong Wushang said next, which directly ignited a war. A war between two newly ascended celestial emperors. Great Emperor Wushang continued, actually, I feel that not only can the ceremony be omitted, it should be ignored. It was like a ritual. Those who care about these things, this heavenly emperor thinks that they are all idiots. Emperor Jasper Flower was infuriated by this and had a fierce fight with Emperor Wushang. The fundamental reason was not whether or not to hold the ceremony. It was such a good idea. Why didn't he say so earlier? Now, you're even scolding old master as an idiot. Very, very few people knew. Just as Dong Wushang's army entered Merciless City, another major event happened at another location. Or it should be said that when Dong Wushang and Mo Lei returned to their tent, this matter had already happened and was in progress. The white-robed man that the saint had transformed into naturally wouldn't watch his target run away. In fact, he had been observing the movements in Wushang's camp. When he discovered that the atmosphere in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's camp had changed, it should be said that Dong Wushang had returned. He originally wanted to enter again immediately. This fellow who could replace drunk Wu Qing and bring him even greater benefits must be in his hands as soon as possible, to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. But just as he was about to enter, he was surprised to discover that there was a person in midair, staring at him coldly. Seeing the person who came, the saint's thoughts changed. He soared up and welcomed that person. With a warm and amiable expression, he asked, Exioner, why are you here? Opposite him, the white-robed demon empress had an undisguised look of disgust on her face. Cloudmaster, don't force me to attack. The most annoying thing in my life is when people call me by my nickname. Cloudmaster laughed heartily and sincerely. I only said that because I care about you. We haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years. I miss my little sister, Exioner, from the bottom of my heart. The demon empress still said sarcastically, You're thinking about Yao Huangtian, right? How could you be thinking about me? Cloudmaster shook his head and laughed bitterly. Your words are still as sharp as ever. It's hard to resist. The demon empress said indifferently, Just now, you went in and caused a ruckus in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's camp, but you didn't kill anyone. Why? The saint smiled and said, I have to say that this young man's potential is quite great. Back then, when you and I were at his age, we didn't have such strength. We were far from him. His tone was filled with admiration and sincerity. It was like a kind grandfather who saw that his naughty grandson had finally grown up and was comforted. The demon empress laughed coldly. So you went and beat him up? To announce your existence? The saint smiled bitterly and shook his head. I naturally have a purpose when I do things. He raised his head sincerely and looked at the demon empress. But I can't tell you my real thoughts now. You have to understand this. After all, this is the extreme heaven, and my base is located here. Exioner, you should understand me. The demon empress laughed coldly. What a clean excuse. Of course, I have to express my understanding. But if you attack again, I'll come out and fight you. Also, I'll expose your identity and see if you can tell this clean excuse to the world. The saint was startled when he heard this. Then, he smiled bitterly from the bottom of his heart. All right, since you said so, I won't touch him. I didn't expect this Dong Wushang to be related to you. Whether he's related or not, it has nothing to do with you. The demon empress said coldly, Aren't you going to deal with this situation? The saint laughed and turned to leave. The demon empress's eyes flashed, and she instantly disappeared. Because of the demon empress' sudden arrival, the saint changed his plan unhappily. For now, he would acknowledge Dong Wushang's identity and status and let him stay in the extreme heaven. Then, he would slowly think of a way to deal with him. As long as he stayed in the extreme heaven, he wouldn't be afraid of him flying to the heavens. The demon empress could protect him for a while, but could she protect him forever? But why did the demon empress suddenly come here? The saint was thinking about this. Could it be that, The power behind Dong Wushang was actually the Demon Empress? Dong Wushang was actually the Demon Empress spy? Otherwise, with the Demon Empress high status, why would she suddenly appear here? It looked like she was protecting Dong Wushang. But if it was really the Demon Empress, wouldn't she expose herself by jumping out so brazenly? The saint frowned as he thought about it. He still couldn't figure it out. If Dong Wushang was really the Demon Empress spy, then controlling Dong Wushang was equivalent to having the opportunity to control the Demon Empress, the most difficult enemy to deal with. And once he controlled the Demon Empress, wouldn't it be equivalent to controlling the entire Demon Emperor sky? Master Yun smiled indifferently, looking like an immortal, holy, and refined. But in his heart, dozens of ways to make use of Dong Wushang to control the Demon Empress flashed through his mind. Every method was different, and the only similarity was that they were all unscrupulous. Because even if Dong Wushang wasn't the Demon Empress spy, since the Demon Empress was willing to appear today to help, Dong Wushang was destined to be related to her. Furthermore, he might even use Dong Wushang's matter to reap bigger fish, but he had to speed up the pace of dealing with this matter. Although the extreme heaven was still in a precarious situation, it had finally come to an end for the time being. But at this moment, there was a huge awkwardness in the extreme heaven sword alliance's arena. Because of all the complicated matters, the various super sex competition that Chu Yang had tossed to the back of his mind was finally held today. But the various contestants and the young leaders of the various sects were all unwilling to go up on stage. The reason was very simple, and it was very consistent. Everyone was ashamed. Yun Tian, Mo Lu, Zi Huang, and the others were no longer as high-spirited and proud as before. Only melancholy and vexation were left in their bellies. How could they still have the face to go up on stage? Originally, they thought that this competition would determine the influential figures of the new generation, and this decision would also indirectly determine the situation of the next hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Those who could stand out here would be influential figures in the future. The world's winds and clouds would be stirred up and surging under their hands. However, from the looks of it now, this super grand competition had completely lost its meaning. It was completely meaningless. Because even if they really obtained the number one in the world here, so what? Was there any meaning? Their old enemy, Chu Yang, used the excuse of killing the son of the Dark Cloud Heaven's Emperor, Yuan Tianji, and fled all the way. Under the pursuit of the entire Dark Cloud Heaven, not only was he safe and sound, but his strength and influence had also increased greatly. In the Demon Emperor Heaven, he established the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and shook the world. Now, after experiencing countless hardships and dangers, even Yuan Tianji had died, but Chu Yang was still alive and kicking. According to reliable sources, Chu Yang had already attained the cultivation of a high-level saint. Chapter 25:25. But now, the young Chu Yang was already a high-level saint while they were still at the celestial being level. They actually wanted to fight for the title of number one person of the younger generation. What kind of face did they have? Not to mention Chu Yang, the other young person, Xie Danqiang, seemed to be about the same age as Chu Yang. Now, he was already a heavenly emperor of Mayan heaven, on equal footing with Di Ho. This achievement was even more shocking and unprecedented. It seemed that when Di Ho was at their age, she also didn't have such achievements. It was just that this achievement was unprecedented, but definitely not unprecedented. Because there was another young person, Dong Wushang, who was also a young man, ascending to the position of Celestial Emperor of Extreme Heaven. It seemed that it wasn't just these two people. There were another two young people, Gu Duxing and Ao Xieyun, who were currently challenging for the position of Celestial Emperor of the other two worlds. And the chances of success were very high. Thinking of this, Yun Tian, Stranger, and Zi Huang even had the thought of dying. What was there to talk about competing on the stage? For a moment, the Sky Sword Alliance arena fell into a deadlock. Too awkward. Dreamlike Secular World and the other super sex members were gloating over their misfortune. Aren't you very awesome? Aren't you able to manipulate the rules? Aren't you able to bring it forward? Now you're all dumbfounded. Heaven is watching what people do. What's the use of doing all this for no reason? You can control people, but can you control heaven? Snow Immortal, who hadn't been seen for a long time, stood there with a smile on her face. And beside her was naturally the infatuated Wu Zhangxiu, who had been chasing Snow Immortal for tens of thousands of years. But at this moment, even that bald head of Wu Zhangxiu seemed to be exuding excitement. Tens of thousands of years of yearning finally got what he wanted. How could he not be excited? How could he not be elated and proud? Wu Zhangxiu was so excited that he almost fainted and never woke up again. Or maybe he was afraid that he was actually dreaming and would wake up from it. His dream turned into nothing. That day, when Snow Immortal took the initiative to look for him and asked that question, Wu Zhangxiu felt that he had started to dream. And from then on, the dream started. He never woke up. Even if it was really a dream, Wu Zhangxiu would rather not wake up. Will you marry me? Shuexian's words were like the sound of nature to Wu Zhangxiu. Furthermore, it was an extremely good aphrodisiac. Blood gushed out of her nose on the spot. Yes, yes. Of course. I mean, Wu Zhangxiu stammered. They didn't know what to say. It had been almost 2 years since that moment, but Wu Zhangxiu was still happy every day. In the past, every day without her felt like a year, and there were 3 autumns in a day. Now that he had her, he was extremely happy. Boundless happiness. Shuexian stood quietly beside him. Her expression seemed to be a little gentle. She seemed to have sensed that Wu Zhangxiu was distracted and asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Wu Zhangxiu scratched his bald head and laughed foolishly. "I'm wondering, am I dreaming?" His voice could be said to be extremely lewd. Bah! Shuexian spat with a red face, but a smile appeared on her face. The most comfortable people here were none other than Shifty Cat and Chrysanthemum Saber King Li Guanyu. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. No matter which world Heavenly Armament Pavilion it was, strictly speaking, not a political force. It was still a civilian force. To put it bluntly, it was the so-called Jianghu faction. Although Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion's current strength had already surpassed any of the big sects by who knows how many times. However, before Chu Yang officially walked to the front stage, Heavenly Armament Pavilion was still a Jianghu power. Even to the martial artists, in their hearts, Heavenly Armament Pavilion's foundation might not be comparable to the old super sections. Since it belonged to the Jianghu faction, it naturally had to participate in this kind of competition. Especially when all the Jianghu factions in the Heaven Imperial Court participated, even the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was so disdainful, but they still sent people to participate. And the leader of this competition was Teacher Cat, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Yes, Shifty Cat. He was in charge of accompanying and protecting Chrysanthemum Saber King Li Guanyu. Here, Shifty Cat finally realized the value of his own life and met the opponent he dreamed of, Chao Yueguan. When both sides met, they didn't pay any attention to the so-called elite competition in front of them. They were always together debating and chatting. The relationship between both sides quickly warmed up. It was like they were old friends at first sight, and they instantly understood each other. Gradually, it reached a high level of enthusiasm. Coincidentally, Li Guanyu was also a learned person. Of course, he participated in such a deep debate. I'm Li Guanyu. Hello, Chao Yueguan. I'm Chao Yueguan. Hello, Li Guanyu. Li Guanyu, Chao Yueguan. Shifty Cat jumped up and down. Why are you so polite? Hurry up and listen to me. This is serious. All the big sects were at a loss for what to do about this strange phenomenon, because this was already an unavoidable reality. In the face of the shocking achievements of those few young people, if they continued to participate in the competition of the younger generation, no matter what reason they used to modify or cover it up, it would be such a joke. But so many people here had already come. What else could they do? They couldn't give up halfway, right? Giving up halfway would only be more embarrassing. If we don't want to become a laughingstock, there's only one way now. Yun Tian frowned and said, "There's only one way left." Actually, the feasibility of this method is still relatively high, especially the significance behind this method. It has a long history that cannot be ignored. What method? What method? Everyone's eyes lit up. At such a crucial moment, there was actually such a method. What kind of life-saving straw was this? Naturally, everyone was very interested. That is, to truly organize those young geniuses to fight on this field. Yun Tian's gaze slowly swept across everyone. I believe everyone knows that I'm talking about those young people. Those who have just joined the sect for less than 3 years. Young geniuses. Young geniuses? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. This was indeed the best strategy they could use to deal with the situation. Back then, when they brought back the children from the various sects from the East Royal Heavens, they were all snatched up. It was as if it was a miracle. Every one of them was a top-notch genius. According to the principle of passing down the legacy, every sect placed great importance on these children, because this group of children was the true hope of their sect's future. For the competition this time, each sect had brought their most outstanding disciples over, just so that they could witness every battle that took place here at a close distance. This was extremely significant to their growth. They were still very weak now, but their future was infinitely bright. If they were allowed to fight to determine the final ranking of this year's martial arts competition, this was indeed the best solution. Chu Yang, Dong Wushang, Xie Danxiong and the rest would not compare themselves with a bunch of real children, right? In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, no one would compare themselves like that. Therefore, this helpless choice turned out to be a brilliant move. That's what we'll do. Everyone reached a consensus in an instant. For the top 10 super sects, each sect would send out 10 people. From the 11th to the 20th place, each sect would send out 5 people. For those below the 20th place, each sect would send out 3 people. Next was to inform, set the rules, draw lots to determine the order of battle. A series of complicated procedures was completed in the shortest time. At this moment, the eyes of every child that was brought here burst out with a ball of light without any warning. Our heavenly armament pavilion. Our heavenly armament. Today, we finally stepped onto the first stage that belongs to us. The elders of the various sects began to teach the geniuses of their sects how to fight, how to proceed, how to hide their strength, how to give the enemy a fatal blow at the right time. What you need to pay attention to, which are your formidable opponents, which people's martial arts can restrain you, what are the targeted countermeasures? Every child nodded their heads repeatedly at these teachings. Next, the battle began. It had to be said that the performance of every child made the elders behind them smile crookedly. They were really geniuses. But if there was something that wasn't satisfactory, the only thing that was lacking was that the battle atmosphere between these children was unusually intense, but the killing intent was not high. It seemed that they had completely implemented the plan that everyone had proposed before the battle, learning from each other. Everyone was strictly implementing this point. Only victory and defeat, not life and death, and completely not hurting feelings. Regarding this point, the old fellows seemed to be somewhat unhappy. We say that we are exchanging pointers, and of course, we are exchanging pointers. However, you should also take this opportunity to suppress your opponents. They will be your formidable opponents for the next hundreds of thousands of years. If you can defeat one of them, it's one of them. Is there a need to be so merciful? After all, they are still children and don't have the killing intent. They still need to be carefully trained in the future. All of this, these old fellows naturally found a very reasonable reason for the young geniuses. Obviously, these old fellows didn't know that a seed of loyalty had long been planted in these children's minds. No matter if the person opposite them knew them or not, as long as there was a string on their neck, a heavenly armament card hanging on the string, that would be my brothers, sisters, and friends. In short, that would be someone worthy of my protection. Because we are the same kind of people, we are all that person's people. Chapter 25-26. Although they knew that this mission was too difficult to complete, they wouldn't give up if they didn't work hard. In this world, there were only things that couldn't be thought of, but there was nothing that couldn't be done. Everyone immediately gathered the generals under their command and shouted as loudly as they could. Everyone, do your best. This is the first order of Emperor Wu Shang since he ascended the throne. If you can't complete it, don't think about bringing glory to your ancestors. It's so shameful. If anyone messes up the old one, everyone's clan will be exterminated. No matter if it's you guys accompanying the old one or the old one accompanying you guys, we'll walk together. When those military bigwigs were giving out orders and racking their brains to complete the mission at all costs, Chu Yang and the rest were already walking on the official road. This time, they appeared on the road as a group of merchants. They walked at a leisurely pace, and it could even be said that they were leisurely without the slightest hint of nervousness. It wasn't that they weren't anxious, but because the current extreme heavens was still filled with a large number of saint monarchs. Every place was closely monitored. They believed that as long as they revealed the slightest bit of abnormal impatience, it would immediately attract the attention of various parties, causing unnecessary trouble and causing unnecessary consequences. Dong Wu Shang's identity as the new heavenly emperor was really too awkward. Right now, he was at the peak of his power and was in high spirits. Not only was he not ruling the world in the imperial capital, he was traveling in disguise. Even if he didn't want to attract attention, it was impossible. So everyone could only be patient and move at this tortoise-like speed. Right now, the most important thing was to keep Sage Master Yun in check. He absolutely couldn't alert the enemy. Let him stay in Merciless City and continue to search for his so-called chance to control Dong Wu Shang and Mo Lair. It was because of this reason and this consideration that the Demon Empress still stayed in Merciless City. What she was responsible for was to create a misconception for Saint Monarch. Dong Wu Shang was still in Merciless City. The reason why Cloudmaster couldn't find Dong Wu Shang and Mo Lair was very obvious. It was because the Demon Empress was there. Naturally, she had many methods to hide Dong Wu Shang and Mo Lair and not let Cloudmaster find them. This was a logical thing to do. After the sudden attack of the mysterious people and the counterattack of the mysterious people in the palace, if Dong Wu Shang and Mo Lair appeared in front of people again, that would be a completely brainless and unwise move. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji thought over and over again and finalized this plan. Although all the subsequent developments were unexpected, it was reasonable. This was precisely the method of hiding the real from the false, and hiding the false from the real to the extreme. Of course, for this plan to succeed, there were two people who were indispensable. One of them was Yun Shangren. Yun Shangren was also an intelligent person. However, it was precisely because of his intelligence that he fell for this trick that targeted people like him. The other person was the Demon Empress. Originally, with the Demon Empress status, doing such a thing was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But now, other than the Demon Empress, there was no one else who could make Master Yun truly believe in the scheme that everyone had set up. Moreover, he was truly trapped in it. Moreover, he was able to restrain Cloudmaster with his strength alone. This situation might last for a long time. At the very least, it had to be maintained until Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others left the public sight, entered the vast forest, and found the secret base of the 10,000 Saints' true spirits in the terrifying forest of the Heavenly Stem Mountain. However, no one was uncertain about how long they would be able to confuse the enemy. Mo Tianji was not sure, and Chu Yang was also not sure. Therefore, they had to be cautious. In another distant world, the big western sky, Gu Duxing was dressed in black and wielding a sword. He stood at the peak of the mountain, watching the great battle of thousands of soldiers and horses below the mountain. The place where he was, naturally, had sword energy soaring to the heavens. Sister Xiao Miao and Gu Miao Ling were by his side. A pair of beautiful eyes were also watching the rapidly changing battle situation below the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the army belonging to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was crazily attacking like a tsunami. The army belonging to the crazed sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang was also doing their best to support, defend, and counterattack. Both sides were already in full swing at this moment. Everyone's eyes had already turned red from killing. The only difference was that the generals and soldiers of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion could not help but sneak back every once in a while, or when their position just happened to be able to see the mountain peak over there. As long as they saw that tall and straight figure with sword energy soaring to the heavens on the mountain peak, everyone would feel as if they had eaten a tranquilizer. Their confidence increased 100 times, and they were full of courage. Our solitary emperor is still here. He is still paying attention to the battlefield, paying attention to us. We, the solitary emperor, have never left the battlefield alone. We have always been fighting together with us. This kind of spiritual strength could truly display an unparalleled strength in many cases. Compared to the crazed sword heavenly soldiers opposite, the difference in strength between both sides was really incalculable. This spiritual support completely changed the situation of the battle. Although the berserk sword heavenly soldiers had a considerable advantage in terms of military strength, their morale was far inferior. Facing the fearless attacks of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, they, who had the advantage in terms of military strength, were gradually disintegrating and becoming scattered. The majestic sword energy roared. A majestic sword light drew a brilliant halo of no less than 300 feet in radius. The entire world was filled with that kind of hissing sound of sword energy. Within 300 feet, all the crazed sword heavenly soldiers screamed and fell down in unison. Blood flowed everywhere. Bu Liuqing's figure soared to the sky, towering over the heavens. This majestic sword light brazenly appeared in the sky like a long dragon. It was mixed with endless biting cold. Absolute heaven sword. Absolute heaven sword. Absolute heaven sword. In this battle, Bu Liuqing had already used this ultimate move for the 8th time. The sweeping of the ground within 300 feet was just the warm-up. This was the prelude to this move. After the warm-up, the soaring sword energy in the sky was the real killer move. Stop him! In the enemy's camp, a loud roar suddenly sounded. A few figures soared into the sky, turning into several white lights and flashing. In the past, Bu Liuqing had never failed in his 7 attacks. He had created 7 openings for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Under this move, the morale of the crazed sword heavenly soldiers was greatly reduced, to the extent that they were retreating. It was no exaggeration to say that if they won this battle, Bu Liuqing's absolute heaven sword would be the greatest contribution. Now, Bu Liuqing was using the same move again. Everyone on the other side was inexplicably afraid. If there was another opening, then today's battle would be a landslide defeat. There would be no possibility of a comeback. Bu Liuqing's beard and hair fluttered. His long sword vibrated. The long sword energy dragon was also vibrating rapidly. That long dragon was already shaking its head and wagging its tail. Its scales and claws were flying. There were a total of 8 high-level saints. Each of them carried a thunderous force as they charged from 8 different directions. It was almost as if they were going to perish together with the Saint clan. The 8 of them were furious as they let out a long roar. This was not the so-called roar to gain the upper hand. It was just an attack. As they attacked the terrifying enemy in front of them, they were also attacking the ordinary soldiers of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. If they couldn't stop it, the shock force produced by this joint roar would prevent these soldiers from reacting quickly and joining the attack the moment the gap was opened. Soundwave attack. This attack was indiscriminate, and the soldiers on his side would also be affected. But it was still better than a landslide defeat. Moreover, most of the soldiers on the front lines had already been annihilated by Bu Liuqing's sword of the absolute heaven. So, the number of soldiers on his side who would die because of the soundwave attack wouldn't be too many. Bu Liuqing's thin face revealed a trace of a cold smile. It was a smile of disdain. He tightened his wrist and his body spun at high speed in the air. Suddenly, the sound of the sword energy roaring was unprecedented. At the same time, he shouted, "Kill! Kill!" Although it was only one word, Bu Liuqing poured all of his cultivation into it. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in the clear sky. The effect was different from the roar of the 8 enemies. The effect was more shocking and intimidating. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers below. Even the 8 experts felt their minds shake when they heard this shout. Their actions that were in the process of being carried out actually had a slight pause that should not have happened. Right at this moment, the sword chi dragon that was still coiling in the air had suddenly opened its eyes. Sword energy shot out from its eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Almost at the same time, the 8 experts finally collided with the long sword energy dragon. Buluqing shouted. The long sword energy dragon in the air seemed to have a life of its own. It suddenly rushed out, boom. This was a truly earth-shattering explosion. The sound of the 8 peerless experts colliding with each other was like dozens of mountains falling from the sky at the same time and then colliding with each other. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless sword lights exploded. The next moment, everyone let out a muffled groan at the same time. This kind of head-on collision, victory and defeat, there was no chance of luck. To an individual, it was a matter of life and death in an instant. Buluqing's body swayed. Blood spurted out from his 7 orifices. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. He had to face 8 experts alone, and he had suffered considerable damage. However, he didn't even take half a step back. His long sword suddenly made a circle, and the originally scattered sword light once again took shape. From the gap just now, it rushed out without turning back. The sword light traversed 3,000 miles, and its power was so strong that it seemed unstoppable. It was actually better than the previous 7 times. The 8 enemies on the other side were staggering back with blood spurting out from their bodies. They were powerless to stop the magnificent sword energy. That's because the experts under his command, those big Western Sky's highest level, most outstanding high-level Saint experts, Buluqing had already used up all of his energy. He hadn't recovered yet. Under such circumstances, how could they hold their ground against a solitary emperor who was conserving his strength? That was simply impossible. A sword across the sky to the peak. Gu Duxing's cold words were indifferent but resounding. On the big Western Sky side, everyone who heard this sentence had their scalps tighten. On the other hand, the heavenly armament pavilion was cheering. In the sky, the black dragon sword had already turned into a curved sword energy. It stretched across the sky, emitting millions of cold sword lights. Life, death, victory, and defeat are all gone in a blink of an eye. Gu Duxing once again let out a whistling sound. He had already flown to the sky above the enemy's formation. His thin and tall figure made a rapid whirlwind in the sky. Where is the soulmate in the world? When I want to look back, I've already forgotten my feelings. A vast sword light appeared on the horizon, mixed with boundless and vast melancholy. It sprinkled down like an inescapable net. This time, Gu Duxing didn't use the chaotic heaven sword. Rather, he used his own signature move, the unruffled sword. That desolate mood instantly pervaded the entire battlefield. All of the heavenly armament pavilion soldiers realized at the same time. The solitary emperor had already personally arrived on the battlefield, personally taking action. At this moment, the morale was boosted to the peak. This was practically an unimaginable matter. Kill. Charge. Gu Duxing took the lead, taking the lead in charging into the enemy's formation. Splitting the waves, he rapidly advanced forward. The defense line that had just closed was once again torn apart. This time, the tear was several times larger than before. At this moment, Gu Duxing's figure had already advanced no less than 3,000 feet into the enemy's formation. Everywhere he passed, he was within a range of 500 feet. Not a single enemy was left alive. The heavenly armament pavilion's army cheered. It was almost as if they were in a state of extreme excitement. The entire army charged forward, their flags fluttering in the wind. Like a tsunami, the enemy general closed his eyes in pain. The outcome was set. Retreat. The vanguard army desperately obstructed the heavenly armament pavilion's troops. The rear army quickly retreat. Do not linger. When this order was issued, the general's heart was bleeding. because this order meant that the army that he had trained for hundreds of thousands of years as the main force would be completely destroyed in this battle. But if they didn't retreat, the battle situation had already deteriorated to this point. If they forced themselves to continue fighting, the only outcome would be complete annihilation. Actually, it is not that you can't see the wisdom of this general's decision, and it is also not that you can't see the benefits of doing so. It is that you have never had the experience of abandoning your subordinates or brothers to escape alone. You have never even thought of doing so. This is your persistence. So you have never seen such a person who dares to give up in your eyes. This is your strength, but it is also your weakness. Gu Duxing was silent for a moment and said, I understand what you mean, but I always think that such a person can become a famous general, but he will never become a hero. Gu Miaoling shook her head. As the saying goes, the times create heroes. In this world, there are not many famous generals, and heroes are even fewer. Why force it? No, to fight against the extraterrestrial demons, we need heroes. Only heroes can inspire fighting spirit. This kind of person is not very useful. Gu Duxing still insisted on his view. Seeing that Gu Duxing still insisted on his view, Gu Miaoling shook her head helplessly. She was more or less disappointed, but more gratified. Gu Duxing had a kind of unbending aura, and it was so strong from the beginning to the end. In his eyes, he would never tolerate even the slightest bit of sand. This was a natural-born hero. That was why he was so dismissive of the practice of abandoning his comrades. Even if he knew that this was the right thing to do, and that this was the most valuable thing to do, he would still not admit it. He would still despise it, and still insist on his view. Because Gu Duxing himself would never do such a thing, and would never approve of such a practice. This silly brother. Gu Miaoling's spring water-like eyes looked at Gu Duxing, and she sighed happily in her heart. Really silly to the point of being cute. It's just that, with this kind of temper, if he goes to the extraterrestrial demon battlefield, heroes, as expected, Gu Miaoling started to worry about the future war. The big Western Skies army was defeated like a landslide. Heavenly Emperor Duxing's Heavenly Armament Pavilion pushed forward with irresistible force. Everywhere it passed, it collapsed like ice and swept away by the wind. Heavenly Emperor Maniac Sword Wu Yequang finally decided that perhaps he really should personally lead the army. Perhaps only this way could he reverse the war situation, reverse the declining trend. And just as he made this decision, Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei Mo Qingqing, who was in clear sky heaven, also made the decision to personally lead the army into battle at almost the same time. The army of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion that Ao Shan belonged to had also developed like wildfire. Under the planning of Yi Zue and Yi Shiyu, the two incompetent strategists, as well as the support of the amount of accurate intelligence from the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department, Ao Sheyun's army had also advanced triumphantly. The heavenly army of Wu Wei was also retreating in defeat. Chapter 25-28. And Ao Sheyan was the same. He had to lead the troops in every battle. The sovereign king, great emperor, personally went to battle. Leading the troops was naturally an incomparably strong motivation. At the very least, if you had battle merits, no one would dare to hide it. Perhaps after a battle, they would be stepping on the path to success. And Green Firmament's side just happened to lack this point. The difference in morale and fighting heart was enough to affect the entire battle situation. Facing the increasingly grim situation, Mo Qingqing could only personally go to battle. And it was also until now that suddenly, a matter that shocked the entire Heaven Imperial Court was finally exposed. Or rather, it was really gathered together. A terrifying fact was displayed in front of everyone. And that was, when Xie Danqiang, this black cloud sky jade flower great emperor, started his army was called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Dong Wushang, this great Emperor Wushang's army was also called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. If the similarity of the names of the two companies could be explained as a coincidence, then Gu Duxing, another new great emperor's army, was actually also called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Could this still be a coincidence? If it was a coincidence, or a chance encounter, then Ao Xieyun, this evil cloud great emperor's army, was actually also called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. When it was confirmed that a coincidence was no longer a coincidence, all coincidences became inevitable. Therefore, everyone quickly thought about what other forces and organizations had similar names. And the easiest one to think of was none other than Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion, which had now developed into an overwhelming force in Demon Emperor Heaven. Thus, everyone who was paying attention sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that these people were actually in the same group? Regardless of whether it was Maniac Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yekwang's Heavenly Court Discussion Hall or Wu Wei Heavenly Emperor's Heavenly Court Discussion Hall, when someone raised this question, the entire place fell silent. Everyone was so shocked by this shocking news that they broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that all the Heavenly Armament Pavilions were actually an organization? A branch force that extended out from a force? One had to know that according to the news from other worlds, there seemed to be a self-proclaimed Wolf Emperor and Wolf Emperor, whose real name was Luo Kadi, leading a team called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. And this guy had now developed to the point where he could almost go against the local Heavenly Court. Also, in another world where the flames of war had yet to spread, there seemed to be a guy called the Lonesome Emperor. The team under his command was also called the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Their strength and scale were comparable to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion of the Wolf Emperor and the Wolf Emperor. Apart from that, there was also a fellow called the Phoenix Emperor. His name was Rue Butong, and the team he led was also called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. In total, there were 8 Heavenly Armament Pavilions. They were evenly distributed among the 8 heavens and earth. After integrating all the information, everyone felt that their hearts were about to stop beating from the shock. What was going on? What kind of force was this? Wasn't their goal a little too big? Moreover, there were 2 Heavenly Armament Pavilions. At present, they had already confirmed the fact that they had occupied 2 parts of the world. Gu Duxing and Ao Xieyun were also close to success. Could it be that the ultimate goal of this emerging power was to unify the world? Moreover, it was progressing in an effective manner. However, they didn't know that there was another Heavenly Armament Pavilion. And that was Tantan's Heavenly Armament Pavilion. That was equally terrifying, and even more terrifying. It was even worse than the previous ones, because that was the true and scrupulous means to achieve one's goal. It was just that Tantan had always been extremely lazy and didn't form a large force. However, his subordinates were all top-notch experts. What they didn't know even more was that the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department that monopolized the Heavenly Imperial Court's intelligence network was also a Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Your Majesty, the situation in front of us is already very grim. It has even reached the point of life and death. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei's Heavenly Court. A white-haired old man was almost weeping bitterly. Now, with just the power of our heavens and earth, I'm afraid that we are already powerless to reverse the situation. It will be difficult to extinguish this huge force. We must unite with the other heavenly emperors and join forces to eliminate this force. Otherwise, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion will be established, and the day of our destruction will not be far away. Mo Qingqing was not her usual graceful and dignified self. She was insufferably arrogant and paced back and forth anxiously. She muttered, "Whose team is this? Who is secretly presiding over all of this? How could an ordinary person do something so extravagant? Who was the one who came up with such a grand plan? Who is it?" The final goal is actually to unify the Heavenly Imperial Court. Mo Qingqing's eyes shone with extreme worry. Immediately contact the Eastern Royal Heaven's Eastern Emperor, the Demon Emperor, the Heavenly Demon Empress, and the Extreme Heaven Saint Monarch. Immediately. Mo Qingqing immediately ordered. Yes. At the same time, Wu Yekwang, the Frenzied Sword Heavenly Emperor, was also doing the same thing. Since he couldn't rely on his own strength to deal with the danger, he naturally had to find help, and it was the most powerful helpers. None of the great emperors who could become great emperors were short-sighted people. The current situation was unprecedentedly dangerous, so they naturally had to work together to overcome this difficulty. However, the first person to contact was the demon Emperor Heaven. After the unique Heavenly Court's communication device connected, the person who appeared on the mirror wasn't the female demon empress that they were looking forward to. Instead, it was a handsome young man wearing an imperial robe. "I am the demon Emperor Heaven's supreme demon Ningning. May I ask what your majesty frenzied sword Heavenly Emperor needs?" Yao Ningning said in a very stylish manner. "May I ask where the demon empress is now?" Wu Yekwang asked. "Mother has gone out. She has some small matters to deal with. She is not in the palace for now," Yao Ningning said. "May I ask where the demon empress has gone? I have urgent matters here and need to contact the demon empress as soon as possible," Wu Yekwang quickly asked. This time, Wu Yekwang was really anxious. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't have said such impatient words no matter what. "I don't know about this either." Yao Ningning sighed in melancholy. Mother has always been secretive when she does things. As her son, I won't ask and I don't dare to ask. This was a normal situation. As long as he thought about the demon empress's temper, Wu Yekwang expressed that he completely understood this explanation. However, understanding was one thing, and reality was another. Then, did the demon empress say when she would return? Wu Yekwang didn't give up and continued to ask. Your Majesty, I'll tell you the truth. Before Imperial Mother left, she had solemnly said that the matter she had to deal with this time was very difficult. I'm afraid that she might not be able to return in 3 to 5 years. Yao Ningning's truth caused Wu Yekwang's vision to darken. What? She won't return in 3 to 5 years? I'm already on fire here. Don't talk about 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 months, or even 3 to 5 days is too long. If the Demon Empress doesn't return, then who is in charge of the Demon Emperor Heaven now? Wu Yekwang asked. At this moment, Wu Yekwang was truly crazy. He actually asked a very, very low-standard question. Yao Ningning rolled her eyes at this question. Can't you see that I'm standing right in front of you? You actually asked such a stupid question. Are you really a heavenly emperor of a generation? I despise you from the bottom of my heart. Mother once said that when she is not around, I will be in charge of everything, Yao Ningning said indifferently. And? At this moment, Wu Yekwang wished he could slap himself. The Demon Empress was obviously training this Demon Emperor Tian Tai. He actually asked such a stupid question. He really deserved to be beaten up. This emperor made a slip of the tongue. I hope that your highness will not take offense. Something big has happened recently. Wu Yekwang very patiently explained the situation from beginning to end and the pros and cons. He then said, May I ask your highness, if the Demon Emperor Heaven were to send troops to help, the Demon Emperor Heaven will definitely not send troops. Yao Ningning interrupted. Mother is not here. How can I send troops to other worlds without permission? This is a huge crime. Even if I am the Demon Emperor Heaven, I don't dare to make decisions without permission. Wu Yekwang was so angry that his breath was stuck in his throat. But now the Heaven Imperial Court is facing a crisis of life and death. Do you know the seriousness of this matter? Yao Ningning curled her lips. I'm really sorry, Your Majesty Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor. I'm really small and have narrow shoulders. I can't bear such a huge responsibility. Wu Yekwang rolled his eyes in anger. What kind of idiot was this Demon Emperor Heaven's Emperor Heaven? He was about to unify the Heaven Imperial Court, and this guy was actually still saying witty things. Besides, the one who is in a war right now is your big Western Sky. This matter may be related to the Western Sky's crisis of life and death, but what does it have to do with my Demon Emperor Heaven? Yao Ningning said lazily. Our Demon Emperor Heaven is very peaceful. Black lines immediately appeared on Wu Yekwang's old face. Was there anyone who talked like that? What did he mean by my Demon Emperor Heaven is very peaceful? Could it be that this little guy didn't understand the logic of sharing glory and being interdependent? Your Majesty, you must know that your Demon Emperor Heaven also has an organization codenamed Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Wu Yekwang's voice was heavy. Also, according to what I know, the power of this organization is already quite huge. When Wu Yekwang said this, Yao Ningning actually couldn't help but be pleased with herself. She immediately beamed with joy and said with a chuckle, I know this, I know it too well. Demon Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Pavilion Master Chu Yang is my sworn brother. His several wives are all my sisters-in-law. What do I not know about their matters? When these words that were close to presenting a treasure came out, the mad sword Heavenly Emperor was directly petrified. What? Your sworn brother? Your sisters-in-law? You even know about their matters? In front of the supreme power between heaven and earth, what did sworn brothers count for? This guy actually believed it so naively. Know about it? What the hell do you know about? With this kind of trash, if he wasn't replaced by others, then that would really be strange. Chapter 25-29. Dear nephew, as your mother's old friend, as your elder, I think I have to remind you, this matter concerns life and death, the overall situation of the world. Supreme power is only a matter of time. A single mistake and everything will be gone. This brotherhood, Wu Yekwang was full of earnest advice. If they really trick me, Yao Ningning raised his head and said, I'm willing to be tricked. The implication was, what can you do about it? Virtuous nephew? Virtuous nephew, my ass. Who is your virtuous nephew? Why didn't I know when you became my mother's old friend? Bah, is there still such a way to climb the social ladder? Wu Yekwang was so provoked by a certain elder's words that he almost choked. He was so angry that his face turned green, and his lips trembled. He said angrily, Good, good. Looks like there's no need for us to continue talking, Yao Ningning said. It's rare that we have the same thoughts. Goodbye, no. It's best that we never meet again. Wu Yekwang had a kind of sick feeling that he had come to eat shit himself. He couldn't help but say, You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. It would have been better if he didn't say this. Once he said this, Yao Ningning instantly exploded. Yao Ningning was young and full of vigor. Originally, he was proud of the achievements of his brothers. Now that he was being talked about like this, how could he still hold it in? He raised his eyebrows and said, Bah, I'm not afraid to tell you that I definitely won't regret it. Just now, when I told you to never meet again, I wasn't just saying it. Humph. Not only is Demon Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Chu Yang my brother, Ink Cloud Sky's Jasper Flower Emperor is also my brother, Big Brother Extreme Heaven Wushang is also my brother, Big Western Sky's Solitary Emperor is also my brother, and Green Sky's Evil Cloud Emperor. All of them are. Wait for death, you old bastard. A certain elder's unceasing words didn't seem to have finished yet. Opposite him, Maniac Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yekwang's face had already turned green. He stared at Yao Ningning, and then neatly cut off the communication. The crystal flickered, and then it turned black. Yao Ningning flew into a rage. This old bastard actually dared to cut off my communication first. This can't be tolerated. Put me through again. Connect it. I haven't finished speaking. On the side, Demon Emperor Heaven's 2 7-star guards looked at the sky. He rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear anything. You've almost angered the other party to death on the spot, and you're actually blaming the other party for cutting off the communication with you. Don't cut it off. Could it be that I'm waiting for you to anger me to death? People should have a lower limit of shamelessness, shouldn't they? She actually wanted to pick up the call again and scold the other party. She had never seen such an unforgiving person. How are we as vulgar as you think? The so-called world domination is not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of our brothers. Then why are you doing this? There has to be something, right? Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, Emo Qingqing, asked in deep thought. When this question was mentioned, Yao Ningning suddenly became serious. Of course we have our purpose. Tell me about it. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei was interested and even raised his eyebrows. One had to know that the location of the communication now was in Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei's meeting hall. Although only Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei's image was in front of the crystal, the other military officials were all listening to this conversation at the side. And Yao Ningning, who was on the other side, didn't know at all that there were actually so many people in front of her. Since Your Highness asked, let me ask Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei a few questions in return. Yao Ningning's young face was full of righteousness. Back then, when the extraterrestrial demons invaded purple cloud heavens, what was your green cloud heavens doing? Where is your green cloud heavens army? Where is your Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei? Yao Ningning's question made Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei's face bitter. For a moment, he didn't reply. Back then, the battle of purple cloud heavens had been going on for many years. If the ordinary people thought that the world was still peaceful, then so be it. After all, the distance was too far. However, as a heavenly emperor, your news can't really be so closed off, right? Yao Ningning asked. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei sighed deeply. He looked up to the sky and closed his eyes, but still didn't speak. He didn't make any excuses. In the end, purple cloud heavens was completely annihilated. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei died heroically. The entire purple cloud heavens fell into the hands of the extraterrestrial demons. Yao Ningning's voice was indifferent, and her words were sharp. At that time, where were you? What were you doing? Now, the extraterrestrial demons are restless. There are even many extraterrestrial demons who have sneaked into the Heaven Imperial Court as spies. Seeing that a great war that concerns the future of the Heaven Imperial Court and the common people is about to break out, what are you doing? Yao Ningning's voice was heavy. We all understand that this war is absolutely unavoidable. We are already destined to fight to the death. If the war breaks out, according to your performance last time, how can we be at ease to fight against the extraterrestrial demons under your leadership? Therefore, we have to fight the extraterrestrial demons ourselves. We have to annihilate this despicable race, reclaim purple cloud heavens, and avenge Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei. Therefore, we have to eliminate those hidden dangers and malignant tumors that may affect the future war before this war breaks out. We have to do our best to gather the power of the Heaven Imperial Court in the hands of our own people. Therefore, these brothers of mine are planning in secret. When the time is ripe, they will break out brazenly, launch a rebellion, and change the dynasty. Yao Ningning sneered. If you think that these brothers are all greedy for power, then you are gravely mistaken. If they want to be the ruler of a country, these brothers of mine can do it at any time. If that's all they have, they wouldn't have ascended to the Heaven Imperial Court at all, and they wouldn't be so obsessed with martial arts. Once the extraterrestrial demons are annihilated, who would care about this mere position of Heavenly Emperor? To put it bluntly, you so-called Heavenly Emperors, including that high and mighty Lord Saint of the Heaven Imperial Court, are not trusted by us. The calamity of the extraterrestrial demons has already happened once. Hundreds of millions of people have been plunged into misery and suffering. Tens of millions of territories have fallen into the hands of the enemy, and all of you have been watching with folded arms. If the war breaks out again, we can no longer continue to fight under your leadership. How can we be at ease leaving our backs to people like you? Yao Ningning said indifferently, we only want to win this war. As long as the Heaven Imperial Court is safe, as long as purple cloud heavens, which Zhongguang has lost, the so-called goal is so pure and simple. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, Emo Qingqing, let out a long sigh and cut off the communication between both parties. Yao Ningning was filled with righteous indignation and was talking excitedly, but he didn't expect that before he could finish, the communication was cut off unilaterally again. He instantly flew into a rage. What quality? What quality? All of you are playing this trick and not even letting me finish my words. What quality is this? And this is a heavenly emperor. Spit on me. The two seven-star guards sighed in their hearts and were very sympathetic. He is a dignified heavenly emperor, and he actually didn't get angry after being lectured by you, a little brat, for so long. That's already not easy enough. You actually don't know how to be content. Humans, could it be that shamelessness really has no bottom line? Qing Shao Tian. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, Emo Qingqing, cut off the communication but was silent for a long time before he finally said indifferently, "You all understand, right?" Chapter 25:30. Finally, someone said, "Your Majesty, what this demon emperor, heavenly emperor said might not be the truth. Maybe all of you are experts. All of you are elites with hundreds of thousands of years of experience. Whether it is cultivation or experience, you are all outstanding in this world." Emo Chingching stood with her hands behind her back and said indifferently, "Could it be that you can't even tell the truth from a lie? Can that demon emperor, heavenly emperor, lie to you? It's more like it the other way around." Everyone lowered their heads and fell into silence again. Emo Chingching sneered. Xia Danxiang, Dong Wushang, Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, GMO, Luo Kadi, Ao Xieyun, Rue Butong. These young people, including that most lawless Tan Tan, these young people, each one of them is only in their 20s, but each one of them has rushed to the peak of the Saint Realm, she said, with such aptitude, such geniuses. Would they really care about the position of Heavenly Emperor? Do they really value it? In just over 20 years, they have already walked a path that others would take over 1,000,000 years to complete. What will their future be like? If they continue to walk down, how far can they go? No one could answer this question of Emo Chingching's. Yes, how far could these young people go? How long would their future path be? It was impossible to predict. However, one thing that could be confirmed now was the so-called limit of the Heaven Imperial Court was definitely not the limit of these young people. If you were them, would you, because of this so-called position of Heavenly Emperor, would you just sit there for such a long time and give up on continuing to walk forward? Would you give up on the granary and only take a grain? Emo Chingching looked at the military officials present with indifferent eyes. Everyone lowered their heads together. If there was a longer path to walk, who would stay in one place or one region, limiting oneself? If it were me, I wouldn't either. Emo Chingching sighed sincerely. Then, there was a long silence. But, Your Majesty, we had our reasons for not sending out troops back then, a general said anxiously with a pale face. No matter what the reasons were, the final result was that Zihao died. Zhixiao heavens fell, and we just watched from the side. Emo Chingching said decisively, even if there were 10,000 reasons or 100,000 reasons, we can't hide the fact that we're just watching from the sidelines. Stealing and quibbling will only make people look down on you even more. Emo Chingching softly said, "Don't let people look down on you even more." His words were full of meaning. "Stop preparing for war for now," Emo Chingching said softly. "I need to go out." "Your Majesty." Everyone turned pale with fright. Going out at this time. Wasn't this too inconsiderate? "I'm going to find Ao Xieyun and have a chat with him." Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, Emo Chingching, had an indescribable bitterness on her face. Let's decide what to do next. Back then, we blindly maintained our stance. We didn't choose to stand on the side of Shui Leihan and Zihao. However, he also didn't stand on the side of the sage and Yuan Tianjia. We have always been standing, but in name, we are indeed people who belong to the side of the sage. After all, we owed Sage Monarch and Yuan Tianming a huge favor back then. You guys don't know, but when the news that Yuan Tianjia was originally an extraterrestrial demon was exposed, I almost wanted to end my own life. Emo Chingching let out a bitter laugh. To me, it's a huge humiliation to actually accept the favor of the extraterrestrial demon, no matter if they were aware of it or not. It's a humiliation that can never be washed away. Because of those friendships and favors back then, even if there were other reasons, we were wrong to watch from the sidelines and let the Heavenly Emperor of Zhixiao die in battle. I've already felt guilty about this matter for over 1,000,000 years. Although Zihao is dead, I have to admit that I'm not as good as him, and I'll never be as good as him. I've always been silent and stood on the sidelines until today. But now, we need to pick a side. Emo Chingching was in a daze for a long time. Suddenly, her voice turned cold as she said word by word, The choice is to stand on the side of the extraterrestrial demon or the side of the heavenly imperial court. All the military officials were about to speak when Imo Qingqing waved her hand to stop them. Even those demons from the Demon Emperor Heaven know that slaughtering the extraterrestrial demons is a top priority. Don't tell me, we're not as good as those demons? As soon as she finished speaking, Imo Qingqing turned around and strode off, leaving behind a hall full of dumbfounded officials. Everyone's heart was filled with bitterness. Perhaps the Demon Emperor Heavenly King was right. There was nothing wrong with us commanding the expeditions to protect the Green Sky Kingdom. But once the war with the extraterrestrial demons really broke out, how many people would be willing to fight under our command? How many people would be at ease to entrust their backs to the army that we lead? Watching from the sidelines back then was still a stain that could never be washed away. Liu Sheyun frowned and stood on the treetop, somewhat confused. The battle is in full swing now. Why did the Wu Wei heavenly army suddenly retreat without fighting? Could it be that there's something fishy? Or perhaps there's some hidden conspiracy? At the side, Yi Zue, who was dressed in black, still had that inexplicable ruthlessness about him. He said calmly, "There must be a trap. We shouldn't act rashly for the time being. Let's observe the situation clearly first." Ao Sheyun nodded in agreement. He looked into the distance proudly and said softly, "No matter the reason or what kind of conspiracy there is, the situation is clear now. Within half a year, I must take down the Green Sky Kingdom. Otherwise, it'll be too late. There's not much time left for us." Preparing the army for war against the extraterrestrial demons, Yi Zue's eyes suddenly shone with intense hatred. He murmured expectantly, "This day won't be too far away." A fragrant breeze blew over and a lithe and graceful figure leaped up. Ao Sheyun and Yi Zue frowned at the same time, their expressions strange. "I'm really exhausted." Yi Shiyu raised his hand gently and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He leaned lazily against a tree, looking very delicate and timid. "My legs are sore. Ouch. There's even a scratch on the skin here. My delicate skin." Ao Sheyun's brows twitched, and he spoke before Yi Zue could. "I'll go ahead and take a look. You take care of him." "Big brother Sheyun, don't go. I've just arrived. I haven't had a proper chat with you yet." Yi Shiyu's words made Ao Sheyun feel goosebumps all over. It was as if he was fleeing for his life. With a schwa sound, it disappeared. Its speed was so fast that it was truly frightening. Yi Zue looked at his younger brother. Black lines appeared on his forehead. He lowered his voice and said furiously, "Yi Shiyu, can you not be such a sissy? You should at least leave some dignity for the Yi clan. Do you still know that you're a man?" "Big brother, I was wrong." Yi Shiyu raised his head pitifully and hugged Yi Zue's thigh as if he was about to cry. "Don't be angry." Yi Zue was dumbstruck. He heaved a long sigh. He really didn't know what to say. Ever since he came to the Heaven Imperial Court, because of his younger brother's illness, he felt like he was living in an abyss of suffering every day. How embarrassing. How conspicuous. If you continue to speak like this, do you believe that I'll give you a concussion with one slap? Yi Zue threatened fiercely. "I won't dare to do it again. I was wrong." Yi Shiyu lowered his head with tears in his eyes. He rubbed the hem of his clothes with both hands, looking very pitiful. "Oh my God." Yi Zue heaved a long sigh, extremely speechless. He jumped down from the tree and disappeared instantly. He actually followed in Ao Sheyun's footsteps. He escaped without a trace. Ao Sheyun strolled alone in the dense forest. It was just that it wasn't very appropriate to say that this was a dense forest because this was actually still a military camp. To be more precise, it was still a military camp. Ao Sheyun's personal reason was to preserve a dense forest with green mountains, clear waters, and green grass at the most central location. Setting up a camp in the middle of a forest was originally a military taboo. It could easily lead to extremely serious consequences. Just based on the 2 points of concealing the enemy and triggering a fire attack, such a place had long been ruled out as a choice to set up a camp. But it couldn't be helped. Ao Sheyun liked it. It didn't matter even if it didn't conform to the rules, if it was something the evil cloud great emperor wanted. Aoshayan liked places like this. Therefore, even though it was very troublesome to do so, he would always make such a request. The existence of such a place would definitely add a lot of unnecessary trouble and hidden dangers. Everyone was well aware of this point. It wasn't that no one had ever tried to advise him against it, but since Aoshayan insisted, no one could do anything about it. A lot of people thought that he was just putting on airs, but he never explained anything. Just like that, this special thing existed, because everyone also understood that the current Aoshayan did indeed have the right to put on airs. Whether this was his original intention or not, it didn't matter anymore. Only Aoshayan himself knew that he liked places like this since he was young. The place he was at must have mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. Only then would he feel comfortable. Only then would he be able to let his entire body and mind truly relax. Green heaven. Aoshayan leaned lightly against a tree and looked up at the sky. Looking at the white clouds in the sky and the clear blue sky, he muttered, "Actually, which place in this world isn't green heaven? It's just that mine is always beyond this green heaven. There's always a sky beyond the sky. The sky beyond the sky is even vaster and more vast." Aoshayan revealed an inexplicable smile. As his cultivation level continued to increase, the achievements that were originally unreachable and unimaginable were being approached by him step by step. This feeling was born after reaching the heavenly being level. At the beginning, it was like an illusion. It would only appear occasionally. But as his cultivation level increased, this feeling became more and more obvious and real. And this feeling was, "I'll surpass this sky sooner or later." You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.